Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Board of Administration meeting. And with that, I'd like to start with roll call.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Deborah Gallegos for Malia Cohen. Here. Michael DeToy. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll recess now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda, and afterwards we will immediately reconvene in open session. So thank you, everybody. Please exit the auditorium. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the open session of Board of Administration. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting and move into Investment Committee in what, 5 minutes? Will it take, or is that 5 minutes is good? Okay, so you don't have to leave. We're just switching chairs. Thank you. Oh, she is?
Okay, there we go. Got it figured out. I'd like to call to order the Investment Committee meeting, and we'll start with our roll call.
David Miller.
Here.
Melissa Willette. Here. Deborah Gallegos for Malia Cohen. Here. Michael DeToy. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Present. Orena Ortega. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco. Present. Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay. We'll move on to our first order of business is our executive report. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. At this meeting, we have one item which is for action, and we have a number of information items. The action item is a follow-up to the last committee meeting, where the committee directed the team to look at potential changes to the way we look at our responsible contractor policy, specifically to look at a couple of labour issues, so prevailing wages. And that item is, as I say, for action. The information items, a number. First of all, we'll have our regular quarterly report, CO report, so looking at the trust level review. This time we'll do something a little different. We'll also look at the big picture context for the macro and market environment. We'll then go on to talk about the asset liability management work. Again, remember this is leading into a decision in November. So that item, I'll be joined by Michelle Nixon, Scott Durando. And then we will move on to a number of private market annual program reviews, so private equity, private debt, real estate and infrastructure. Thank you. And one other thing I also wanted to mention, I wanted to acknowledge Sterling Gunn, who's been here for approximately 5 years. He has announced he will be retiring. And I would just like to note my thanks and gratitude for all his efforts through time. There will be an interim head of total portfolio management, and that's Brian Liu. So he is effectively interim now, and we're advertising for a replacement. But Sterling will be with us for a while. But as I say, we now have Brian Liu as acting head of total portfolio management.
Okay, thank you. I see no questions from the committee, so we'll move right to our action consent items. Pleasure of the committee. Moved by Mr. Pelkey, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question. Oh, just, okay. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, it's unanimous. The ayes have it. Moving on to our information consent items. I haven't had any requests to pull any of these items. And I'm not seeing any now, so we'll move to our action agenda item. Back to you, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please welcome to the table Tamara Sells, and Sarah Kaur. And again, just a reminder, this is a follow-up to the committee direction from last meeting. And I'll pass over to Sarah and Tamara.
Good morning. Tamara Sells, Associate Investment Manager, Sustainable Investments. Today I will present Agenda Item 5A, Market Study Scope for the financial impact of prevailing wages and labor peace agreements for real estate and infrastructure investments. At the March Investment Committee meeting, the chair directed staff to bring back information on a potential market study on these prevailing wage and labor peace agreement practices and the potential cost involved. Staff does not have a recommendation today, but is bringing forward this item for the committee's discussion and consideration. So I will provide a summary of the proposed scope of work for the market study and its objectives, and then I will also touch on the market study's methodology, research focus areas, data sources, and deliverables. The market study seeks to review the financial impact of prevailing wage and labor peace agreements on real estate and infrastructure investments, and to identify the potential impacts on investments from these labor practices. The proposed process would have the investment office issue a request for proposal, an RFP, for one or more third parties, consultants, or academic institutions who would then carry out this work for the market study, either directly or via subcontractors. And the investment office would select the third party and oversee the work, ensuring that the committee would receive regular updates on the progress of the study. The cost of the study is estimated to be $1 million or over, and the timeline is expected to be anywhere from 18 to 24 months. This slide outlines the objectives for conducting the market study. So we would look to quantify the impact of prevailing wage requirements on project costs, timelines, stability, risk, predictability, and look at the overall impact of these labor practices on investment returns and our ability to make investments. We would also analyze how project characteristics, including macroeconomic conditions, influence the impact of these labor practices. The market study scope of work methodology would be a mixed method approach using both quantitative analysis as well as qualitative analysis. And so we would do, or look at rather, econometric methods to determine estimates of the impact of the project cost, schedule, and financial performance, as well as qualitative analysis through case studies and interviews, through relevant market participants, including real asset managers, senior management, infrastructure, and real estate companies. The market study would assess mandating prevailing wages and labor peace agreements using research around cost benefit, the timeline impacts, risk management, financial and risk adjusted investment returns, as well as the market perception of these practices. This market study would also use several data sources from primary and secondary data sources. And so this would include surveys and interviews with relevant industry experts, including stakeholders, and surveys of developers and contractors and external managers, and then also reviewing academic and literature reviews, as well as publicly available government data to help inform the analysis. For the market study scope of work deliverables, the board can expect a market study report that would summarize all of the findings and all of the analysis that I have outlined in the objectives. There would be a presentation of findings to the board and any other potential deliverables or materials that would help inform the board in its analysis. As for next steps, following today's discussion, if the board chooses to approve the scope of work for the market study, we would begin working with the investment services team, as well as the enterprise operations and support services division to get into the contracting and procurement queue. And this concludes the presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
First, I have Deborah Gallegos.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Question for staff. What is the genesis of these market studies that you're proposing? Why do we need them to be able to carry out our duty as a fiduciary?
Good morning, Matt Jacobs, General Counsel. I think you need it because we have to have a process that rationalizes the decision. Right now, I'm not sure that we have that kind of a record with respect to the data that has been reflected in Tamara's summary. So, in a nutshell, I mean, that's you need a process to rationalize and to justify the decision.
As fiduciaries, isn't it our responsibility to keep ourselves educated on items such as these, to be able to make decisions without having to spend $1 million and 18 to 24 months to get information that we know is going to be biased? Because obviously the people you interview who this will affect are probably not going to want it in their agreements.
Well, I mean, the bias, I think, can be assessed as part of the assessment of the overall study. You don't have to take the study at face value, although I think that the independent agent who would prepare the study would do this her or himself. That is, potentially discount, or not discount is probably the wrong word, but apply a caveat to whatever is being provided by the managers. But there will be significantly more data that is collected during that process from independence. This is not a study that would just rely on those managers. So you'd get that. As far as your fiduciary duty as board members, absolutely, it's your duty to stay informed and to become more informed about a whole variety of issues. The question, I think, on the table is whether that record reflecting the bases for your potential decisions in this regard is in the record, has been fully developed, so that if it's questioned later on, you've got a record of the basis for that. I don't think it's sufficient to say that because we are trustees, we necessarily have the information that from which to make this important decision that may affect returns. But if you have the data, then let's put it on the record and have your colleagues evaluate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Willett.
Thank you. I just want to thank the staff for bringing this back as quickly as they did, and for bringing this market study proposal forward. I think the financial implications of prevailing wage and labor peace agreements are significant, and we appreciate the effort to examine their impact on our real estate and infrastructure portfolios. To move forward to defining the final scope, I want to lift up two areas for refinement that I think would make the study more effective and actionable. The first is to include skilled labor as a distinct component of the study. I think many prevailing wage mandates in California require not only higher wages, but the use of a skilled and trained workforce. And we have heard testimony in the past to this committee in previous meetings about apprenticeship programs as the foundation of that skilled labor. And so I think if we don't study skilled labor, we're as a distinct cost and benefit factor, we really risk misunderstanding the true drivers of financial impact for our investments. I also think skilled labor affects cost and performance of all these projects. We've anecdotally have heard that skilled labor may have higher upfront labor costs, but research could suggest that they have higher build quality, fewer delays, fewer long-term maintenance issues. And so I think capturing those dynamics in this study would also go to really help us to our fiduciary duty to assess the long-term investment on those returns, or the long-term returns on those investments, sorry. And then the second refinement I'm going to ask if the board or the committee agrees is to limit the study scope to California. And I think why that is important is because California's prevailing wage framework is among the most comprehensive in the country. It has clear statutory guidance, consistent enforcement, and publicly available wage determinations. And I think the availability and consistency of California data will lead to more reliable and actionable findings. You're not going to get the same level of data in other states. I also think a significant share of the CalPERS real estate and infrastructure assets subject to prevailing wage and labor peace requirements are in California. So aligning the scope with our actual exposure ensures that finding direct applicability to our investment decisions more likely. I also think just a nationwide or multi-state approach would expand the cost and complexity, and I think of the study significantly without the proportionate benefit. So focusing on California, I think, ensures high-quality results while keeping the study financially more feasible and maybe limiting those projections that we're seeing in this proposal. I think that these two refinements will strengthen the study's usefulness for us as trustees, but I'd also like board members to be on the committee to review the proposals and be part of the third-party selection process. So I'm going to give that to my board for discussion, and feel free to reply or respond if you'd like. Lots going on down there.
My colleague, Robert Carlin, has a thought about the limitation to California. I'll let him speak, or ask him to speak.
Good morning, board members. Ms. Willett, one thought that immediately occurred to me was that if we were to limit it solely to California, we might potentially limit the ability of the board to have something that would apply nationwide. that's part of why we wanted to have it kind of open-ended. So and this is just for the committee's consideration, but a thought would be perhaps to make sure that the study ultimately does focus on California in particular, but to not limit it in that fashion so that we don't in some ways get a result back that would limit the board's ability to apply this result more broadly. Just a thought for you all to consider while you're discussing this.
Absolutely. So we could do something where we have, I want to say a dual measuring, but we could have California and then California Plus with other ones as results.
I think that's right. I mean, my thought would be to, as much as possible with the way we've structured this, is to not tie the hands of the folks. We want to give availability for a broad array of different proposals on how to attack this problem, and so we don't want to artificially constrain the solutions that might be brought forward. Is part of the reason why it's drafted kind of so open-ended.
Sure, I appreciate that. I just think that we're not going to find the data we need, and sending someone out to collect data that doesn't exist doesn't necessarily help us. But I'm definitely open to, multi approaches, and thank you. That's all my comments.
And I think we'll hear from the rest of the board, and then we'll probably have some board direction. So, President Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Miller. So first of all, Tamara, thank you for the market study and the scope of work. There was one other area. I don't disagree with Ms. Willette's overview. However, I do see that we have a lot more information in California, but I think it's important. I think what we are answering to is a request from folks to try to implement this throughout our portfolio. So I think that's important to see what happens if we go out further. So there's two things. Number one, and you mentioned it in two different spots. I just want to, and the report and the market study scope of work, excellent. I see everything that I would want in here. I want to make sure our staff we have enough staff just to do this part, right? Along with, and then I agree that the board should have some process in place to interview, see the RFPs, et cetera. And I don't know if we want to, David, that's up to you. If you want to do a committee or however you want to do it. But yeah, I do agree that the board should have, because this is something that we feel that's very important. Finally, I want to make sure, and like I said, it's been mentioned in a couple of different places, that labor unions, the laborers themselves, not just unions, but I think that the market study should include talking to the union members. I don't think it's complete unless you're talking to the union members and not just the head of the unions. They have more anecdotal information, I think. So I think I saw labor unions, but I don't know what that meant. Did that mean union members or did that mean the head of the unions? I just think we should include. Go ahead, Tamara.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments. You are correct. That would include all labor, union, trade association stakeholders, any of those that would be interested or have interest in the construction projects as well. So
Yeah,
yes, you are correct.
And I saw that you were going to do a survey, so I appreciate that. So, yeah, I think this is great, you guys. If you need more staff, you should probably bring that to the board so that we can help with that. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say thank you, Tamara, for your comments and so forth, and thank you for this this overview of this market survey. I really appreciate everything you've done. I also like to concur with respect to Ms. Willette's comments with respect to skilled and trained apprenticeship programs. You know, it does create opportunities in California and with California residents and so forth, and it is a great opportunity. For one, there's an apprenticeship program at my school, at the San Jose Evergreen Community College District, where we help train kids to go into the trades, plumbing and so forth. And it's really an awesome experience to see them. And actually, I just saw them last week graduate. So they're now going on to do great things. So apprenticeship programs really do help our economy and help California. I would also concur with Ms. Willette regarding and our board that, with the California Impact Report that we have in November, I feel that's a great opportunity for us to highlight some of these opportunities. So, like, for instance, after we've done our market survey and we've done all the reporting, to supplement the California Impact Report with the material that we've acquired here. And I think that would help us, it gives us some more richness to our report, and it would provide us an understanding of California focus, because of course that report is on just California. So I feel that's a great opportunity. And then lastly, on the labor unions part, I would really be, I also agree with President Taylor that that seems very vague. It should be spelled out that, we are going to be talking to the building and trades folks, and it's very specific that we're reaching out to not only the ones at the state level, but also the ones at the regional level. Like, for instance, the Los Angeles, Orange County Building and Trades Associations, the Northern California ones, the Santa Clara, San Benito ones. I name a few on top of my head, but I feel that they should be pretty well, spelled out that you're going to be reaching out these folks, because these folks have the domain expertise and understanding what is really going on in their regions, and could provide incredible data and analysis for us. So speaking with SMART and all the folks that have come to us, I think are also important as well. So those are my comments, and thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Sells, and your entire staff who prepared this timely scope of work. The question is, given that this is going to cost $1 million plus, the estimated cost, is there a potential to co-fund or collaborate with other institutional investors or perhaps government agencies that may also be interested in this research?
Thank you so much for the question. I think that's always an option, but I will say that as a part of the 18-month-long refresh project, we did interview 6 peer funds around this space. And so, we could potentially look to see if any are interested there, but we didn't have a strong showing that any were looking at these practices at this granular of a level.
It doesn't hurt to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next we have Director Palkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been asked by the school employees to protect their retirements, and they're one of the lowest paid groups that we represent. So every dollar that our investments bring in is a benefit to their retirement. When we're looking at some of the scope of this work, the real estate and infrastructure projects, those are not just statewide, those are international, national-wide, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So for me, the more data that we can collect, whether it's nationwide, internationally, it seems to me that it would behoove us to have that data. I would encourage you to reach out to the schools. Obviously, there's a bias because I come from education, but knowing that the research facilities at many of the universities out there have great research facilities. So hopefully we can tap into those and collect some data from there as well. I'm all for the board being part of the RFP as well. And again, yeah, just the more data we can have to make a sound decision on this would be very helpful. The 18 to 24 months, do you feel that that's efficient? Should it be longer? Should it?
That's an estimate. just based on the process, because we do have to get into the contracting and procurement queue and go through the interview. So it's a rough estimate. This is a novel project, to my knowledge, has never been done before. And so, with regular updates to the board, we could keep you abreast of the progress if for some reason that timeline needs to be extended.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and back to Deborah Gallegos for the Controller's Office.
Yeah, I would just reiterate and appreciate Ms. Willette's comment on involving the board in these, the developing the scope of work and the process.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to try to kind of summarize what I think is the direction from the committee via the chair here, and folks on the committee can help me out if I've not got this all to their satisfaction. So I think the first thing I've got is that the board, this committee specifically, as a committee of the whole, would like to be involved in the RFP process, and we've done that before with other RFP processes, so I'll leave it to staff to bring that back as part of the process, and then we'll likely have a subcommittee of the subcommittee, which is a committee of the whole, to participate in that process in a fashion. So that's one thing. I think to add to the scope, to kind of define and evaluate skilled labor. And again, that's, I think there's, over the years, I've seen plenty of academic work on the differences in cost, safety, everything of primarily unionized shops versus not, but I think we would really kind of pin those definitions down so that we can really look at what those differences and definitions imply for us for a long-term investment standpoint. So I would propose adding that to the scope. Doing some sort of differential emphasis or taking a look both at the aggregate data, because we're an international investor, but with a real focus on California, and potentially that could be included in our broader reports on California investing by the board, I think would be very helpful. So, and that may give us access to additional potential interviewees, partners, data sources specific to the California marketplace that could help us in terms of that. Finally, a little bit more specificity with what we mean when we reach out to labor. So I'll leave it at that. But you've heard that it's more specificity in terms of how we're going to include labor's voice, who we're going to talk to, and whether that outreach will go beyond just the representatives of labor to actual being able to hear from labor, from members themselves, from workers. And then finally, something not so much to change the scope, but just for reporting back in terms of looking at where there might be other opportunities for partnership or collaboration with other institutional investors, academic institutions, whatever it may be, who would have an interest in and would benefit from the same learnings that we may glean from this process. Board members, anything else? Did I get that? Okay. Jose Luis?
I would just want to make sure that we include the Building Trades Council and those forts as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, hopefully that's clear enough with my mumbling through that. Okay, I think it's just board direction. I don't think we need a motion. Oh, is an action? Oh, the action, the overall item. Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by President Taylor. Any further discussion on the action item before us? Okay, the motion is to approve the market study scope, the financial impact of prevailing wage and labor peace agreements for real estate and infrastructure investments. It was presented by staff. Also in light of, we've got some direction for tweaking of that. Okay. No further discussion. I'll call for the question. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. So that brings us to information agenda items, starting with information item 6A, the quarterly Chief Investment Officer report. And thank you to staff for that wonderful item we just approved. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lauren. Now, we're going to do something a little bit different this time. I'm obviously going to report on the performance of the portfolio through to the end of March, but quite a lot's happened since the end of March. And it's quite intriguing. If you look at the start of the year, and then you look at where the markets are today, you might not really appreciate that because there's been a lot of ups and downs. The equity market is very close to where it was at the beginning of the year. The fixed income market's also fairly similar. The US dollar is a lot weaker though. But I'll talk through some of those developments when we go through this section. In terms of the performance, as at the end of March, the PERF had 527 billion under management. Since then, of course, markets have been stronger, so that number will have risen. The fiscal year to date, as at the end of March, was 5.6%. So on track to meeting our discount rate and probably exceeding it at that pace. And of course, as I mentioned, the markets have been up since that period of time. The main drivers were listed equities, income, and private equity. I would also note that the allocation to private assets has gone up by around 3 percentage points since we last reported. Now, with that, I wanted to then switch to context to talk about the global environment and some of the economic considerations, and also some of the market considerations. Now, I've put a quick comment up here from the IMF World Bank spring meetings. These meetings take place, well, spring meetings take place once every year, but the IMF World Bank get together twice a year. Lots of people get together, lots of conferences, and it's quite a good place for capturing the zeitgeist in terms of what global economic thinkers are actually thinking. And this particular most recent meeting, I've taken a summary from JP Morgan's conferences, and they're saying multi-domain regime change is now reality and rapidly disrupting global trade, security, and alliances. We see it. We see it with tariffs. We see it with what's happening militarily. We see it with what's happening with pressure on funding and so on. So it's a backdrop which we always need to be thinking about when, I guess, considering investment outlook. I've also taken quite a few slides from Michael Semblist at JP Morgan Asset Management, so thanks to them. He gave a presentation in March, which I thought was quite good at setting or explaining some of the backdrop to what's going on now. And the first one I'm going to put up is one that he showed looking at US industrial production versus GDP and consumer spending. You can see that from around 2000 or so, US industrial production is basically flatlined. That coincides with China's entry to the World Trade Organization. So that's kind of on people's minds, that industrial production has flatlined since then, even though US GDP has continued to grow. Another consideration here is just how relatively generous the US has been in terms of its trade deals with other countries. You can see a reciprocity line here. Someone actually asked me what those green dots were. They're actually European Union countries. But essentially, the US has given more favorable terms than others. I would also note that this consideration and also, I guess, industrial production has been on people's minds for a long time. So if you go back to the early 2000s, there was a bipartisan bill proposed by Chuck Schumer and Lindsey Graham to actually impose a 27.5% tariff on China. So it's not a new thing. So it's been around the traps. The US has also run a persistent trade deficit, extended. Nothing much has really changed. And the US has spent and continues to spend more on defense than its partners. But as you can see, NATO ex the US is increasing its defense spending. And obviously with developments in Europe and now the Middle East, I would expect those defense spending numbers to keep rising. Another big consideration is fiscal. And this is really independent of administration. Both sides continue to run fairly large fiscal deficits, and you're getting to this point where net interest expense is rising, entitlements, mandatory outlays, and net interest are on track to actually exceed revenues. So there's a fiscal challenge here, and also with the current budget, which is going through the process, that will continue to mean that the deficit stays at fairly elevated levels. Obviously, a lot of debate about just how much additional contribution that current budget adds, to debt loads, but there's uncertainty around that because we don't know exactly how much will be collected in terms of tariff revenue. So tariffs will be an offset to some of that deficit. But we're looking at fiscal deficits of around, let's say, 6% of GDP for the foreseeable future. And that gets challenging after a while. Now I'm going back to, I guess, Econs 101 or my IMF days here. And things have to add up. So if you're running a trade deficit, and the trade deficit is the main component of the current account balance, if you're running a trade deficit, it has to be financed. It has to be financed from capital flows. And there has been quite a lot of discussion around capital flows forcing the trade balance wider. There's also been this acknowledgement that if you're running a trade deficit, you need those inflows to finance the deficit. I wouldn't, sort of highlight that, the trade deficit drives the current account deficit or the current account, or the capital account deficit, or vice versa. But those two things have to go together. They must balance out. So if you run a large current account balance or current account deficit or trade deficit, you have to have those capital flows coming in to finance it. It's as simple as that. On the other side, I've put the current account equals savings minus investment plus government spending minus taxation. Basically, if you look at the bottom line there, this is an identity. If you look at the bottom line there, government spending minus taxation, that's the budget deficit. Essentially, if you're running a large budget deficit, you're going to have a current account deficit unless the private sector is in recession. So unless the private sector is saving a lot, you're going to have a current account and trade deficit if you're running big fiscal deficits. That's how the numbers work. I also want to pass over to economic scenarios. Now, this is a moving target. You've seen this, I guess, some months ago, and we kind of update it. And when I was looking at this this chart just before this meeting, I was thinking, well, maybe that May 2025 X could actually move, given what's happening. But I'll pass over to Lauren to comment on the scenarios and to talk about some of the implications.
Thank you, Stephen. Hello, everyone. Lauren Rosborough-Watt, CalPERS Investment Office. So I am going to talk around the scenarios. I'm going to talk around some of the cyclical or the business cycle effects that's impacting on the movement from February through to May. Stephen's spoken about the structural or some of the long-run impacts or secular impacts that we anticipate will occur going forward and some of the reasons for the administration's decision. My focus is more on what is the near-term or the immediate impact and what does that mean for data. And the short of it really is that a lot of it is unknown, and I'm going to speak a lot to that. As you'll know, Inauguration Day, the Liberation Day executive orders have the potential not only to adjust in the long run, but also have raised some questions around these unspoken rules of the global economy and its interactions. It raises uncertainty, and we spoke about uncertainty after the pandemic in 2020. And just a reminder on that, when I think around uncertainty and risk, risk is a known set of future outcomes, and it's quantifiable. Where are you? What's the probability you're in that range, or where you are in that range? Uncertainty is this unknown type component. So from an economics perspective, we are in some ways a new world. And so the range of outcomes could be wider, they could be moved higher, or they could be moved lower. And to give you some examples of that, after the Liberation Day announcements, many economists were predicting a recession later this year. The vast majority of those have pulled those expectations back. There were expectations for inflation to hit potentially 4% by the end of the year. These expectations have also been pared back to around 3 to 3.5%. Now, in part, that's because of the changing narrative, the muddying of waters in the data, because of the administration's the delay in the tariff implementation, the changing of some of the rates, or the reduction in some of the rates, and that in itself is causing uncertainty. So when we think about the scenarios, actually, before I do that, I just want to link through to the comment made around bonds and also in terms of the returns that we saw in the last quarter. When there's a greater unknown, investors require additional compensation for investing or taking on that risk. And you'll recall on the trust level review, there's a chart showing the S&P 500 and US 10-year Treasury bond yields and how that relationship has changed over time. And we spoke about this in the last quarterly around how that sort of is, in some ways, denotes that stagflation type corner where both equities are falling and bond prices are falling, so bond yields are rising. Now, of course, part of the reason for the bond response is also due to concerns around fiscal largesse, which Stephen alluded to. But when we think about this in terms of the schematic, we know that growth is expected to continue to decline over the remainder of this year. Now, we had a very weak Q1 number. There were some technical reasons for that, so we should see some rebound come Q2. But further out, so the second half of the year, there's largely expectations for growth to decline, so growth to be lower than potential. That's to be the left side of the chart. Now, the question around tariffs, of course, is we don't know around the extent, the size, or the timing. A lot of that is still up in the air. So taking that tariff impact, which tends to have an immediate impact on prices and therefore inflation, there are some reasons to think that the inflation increase, we have sticky inflation, may not be as high as originally anticipated. For example, oil prices, while they've risen just recently on the most recent Israeli-Iranian conflict, still remain lower than the start of the year and certainly lower than last year. And that tends to drag down fuel prices for the average consumer in the US and therefore has a negative or a drag on inflation. We know the housing component, which has been very sticky in the post-pandemic world. There are disinflationary pressures still there. And the last one, there are disinflationary pressures outside of the US that to some extent is offsetting some of the internal sticky or inflationary pressures here. So overall, you can see that line. If you recall last time I drew a sort of sideways to upwards line. At the moment, it's looking sideways. It could still anticipated to increase on the inflation side. Just to point out that inflation there remains above target, the Federal Reserve's target. So certainly in that more top left-hand quadrant. So what typically do these states of the world mean for a reference portfolio if we want to move on to the next slide? So I want to point out here that these models these results or returns are model driven. They're based on a reference portfolio assuming a 70-30% weight. Stagflationary environment, as I mentioned, is one where both bonds and equity returns are typically expected to be weak or potentially negative. But as Stephen pointed out, returns in general depend on what's happening in the environment, and that matters the starting point or the valuation starting point of asset prices. Also, the size of the shock, and I've spoken around the original anticipated size of shock has dissipated somewhat, and also on the structural cycle, which Stephen mentioned. So I also wanted to point out that last quarter I spoke about a mild stagflationary environment, and these models here are not looking at a mild stagflationary environment. Now, I'm giving you these qualifiers for a reason. This slide, the information here is to show the direction and change of a stagflationary environment on a reference portfolio relative to the other states of the world, and it's highly stylized. It is ex ante, so it's model driven. We have 4 external providers as well as our internal analysis for this. But it's not our projection for a portfolio given events today. And so if there's anything to highlight out of this is the directional impact relative to the other states rather than the absolute size. And one of the reasons why I'm putting these qualifiers in is in the US, we've only had 3 occasions over the history that we have the data for where the economy's been in a stagflationary environment, and a sample size of 3 is not very large. So again, uncertainty is a sort of a primary theme coming through in my comments here today. It is highly uncertain around what those results may well mean. I did want to leave you on a positive note, and that is these states of the world are transitory. So we're never permanently in overheating or permanently in recession. They are transitory. And there's also positives in the current market environment relative to where market pricing is or expectations. So, for example, if the Fed deems it possible, it could reduce rates at a faster pace or further than what market pricing is anticipating over the next year to 18 months. The administration's executive orders could adjust again, and we've seen that repeatedly. And in fact, what you'll see is the market has largely been anticipating that, which is part of why we've seen this recovery, as Stephen mentioned. And the last one is the bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill that's looking to be passed through. That is unlikely to have a negative impact on the economy in the very short run. In fact, some of the corporate tax breaks should have a positive effect from 2026 going on. So I did want to leave you on more of a positive note on the cyclical side, and also on to temper perhaps some of the media rhetoric that we're seeing. What Stephen's pointing out is that we are in perhaps a regime change. The world is changing, and the responses that we've seen are changing. For now, US consumer still remains the driver of growth in the economy. The US still remains the driver of global growth. Developments in AI are still benefiting largely to US companies and therefore to equities. US regulation tends to be supportive for US growth. US asset markets are deep and liquid, and for now at least, the US dollar remains the reserve currency of the world. And I point these out, these things, these secular change could well change in the future, but for now, just to temper some of the media rhetoric that we've been hearing around what's happening on the ground. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lauren. I wanted to talk a little bit about the markets, and Lauren mentioned US performance. If you look at this chart, you can see that the US equity market has way outperformed the European and Japanese markets. Now, there's another implication of that, of course, and that means that a lot of investors, domestic and offshore, are probably overweight US assets because they've passively ridden those stronger markets. And that has implications when the US dollar weakens. So it could lead to some potential future rebalancing of portfolios away from the US. Some of that may have happened, but it's fairly marginal, I think. There may have also obviously been some currency hedging, but the US has, as I say, been a standout performer relative to the rest of the world. Given that, US valuations, equity valuations are quite high. And you can see that in the first chart, and I've borrowed this from Jared Van Eck, so thank you very much, Jared, for these charts. You can just see how dramatic that is. And as Jared notes, that the rest of the world, or the MSCI All Country ex-US, has only just broken out of this very long-term sort of lethargic range. And when valuations are reasonably high, as they are now, as you can see from the right-hand chart, the forward-looking prospective returns are lower. So we would expect forward-looking returns on US equities to be somewhat lower than they are for other equities. The thing that I probably look at the most, when there's so much happening, so much noise, it's very hard to understand what's the signal, what really matters. And one of the things I think has been so powerful in driving market outcomes over the last few decades has actually been what's happened with interest rates. And so if you think back to the time of Volcker, interest rates were very high, real interest rates were very high, and then there was this period of perhaps 40 years where interest rates came down, and that drove asset prices. So asset price rises were much stronger than they would have been if those interest rates hadn't come down. But what we've seen since 2020 is a rise in rates. And here I've plotted real interest rates. So this is the interest rate after inflation. And I've looked at it in forward space. So I've looked at what that real interest rate is for 5 years in 5 years' time. The reasons why I do that, if you've got questions around that, I can go into it. But I think it's a better indicator of tendency. And you can see that rising real rates. That provides a bit of a challenge for some business models. But actually, from our perspective, over the longer run, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because if the level of interest is higher, then longer-term returns for us should be a bit better. And the other thing I wanted to comment on was the US dollar. It's been very strong. So this here is a chart of what's called the real effective exchange rate. So this is a chart of looking at, think of it as like a purchasing power parity, or looking at the value of the dollar against all its trade partners. It's strengthened substantially over a period of time. So there has been a bit of a pullback over the last few months, but it's fairly small in the context of what's happened over the longer term. So again, you could see more adjustment in the US dollar through time, just on valuation grounds. And with that, I'll pass it back to the chair if there are any questions.
Okay, we have President Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I didn't expect to be first. Stephen, great report. I'm going to go back to the very beginning. So I wanted to ask, multi-domain regime change, what are we talking about?
Here I'm thinking about, you've got things happening on the security side. So the US has been encouraging its partners in NATO to spend more. There are things like reviews of AUKUS. You've had, obviously, you've got the conflict, Russia, Ukraine. You've got all those things on the security side. On the economic side, a lot of things are being thrown into uncertainty. The biggest thing, of course, is tariffs. So that's a big change from the past. There are possible suggestions that there might even be taxes on capital flows. That would be quite a big change from the past. So you've got all these things which are essentially challenges to what happened in the past. You've also got those real interest rates rising. So these are all important when thinking about future economic outcomes and future market outcomes. So I'm just trying to get a sense that there are many, many things happening at the same time. We're trying to look at what actually really matters for us as investors. Geopolitics generally has become a much more important consideration. Typically, geopolitics haven't really mattered that much for markets unless they affect supply. So if you have like an oil shock, for instance, that obviously can be inflationary, short-term, and it can be depressing for growth. So I was really just trying to get that sense that there are many, many balls up in the air. And we have to try and work out, well, what matters? Do we need to change our strategy as a result? Of course, that's always difficult because the market should also be anticipating this and pricing those potential changes. So it's a shorthand way of trying to say there's a lot going on.
All right, so multi-domain regime change, and then it says speakers argued that the world is on the precipice of a new world order characterized by reduced global economic interdependence. So what you're saying, or the IMF is saying, is that they're foreseeing more countries doing what we're doing, which is pulling inward and forcing folks that we trade with, et cetera, to go through more hoops.
Probably a bit like that. This is actually a summary from a conference that JP Morgan runs. It has hundreds of clients.
Okay.
So things like friendshoring, onshoring, reshoring, bring back manufacturing, those sorts of things are part of it, securing supply lines, etc. So yes, other countries are also looking at, the security of trade arrangements.
The national security
And
for
national
themselves.
security, yes.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that in Europe, especially with Germany agreeing to spend more. You're seeing a change in the fiscal stance in Germany, which is, I think, quite dramatic, given the history. So a lot of changes.
So I won't, each and every single one of your slides has an interesting story to tell. The geopolitical story isn't really being told here, just FYI. But if I go, what I really want to get to is, what is it, page 8. And I would like us as CalPERS to be more cognizant of the fact that we're using language that is politicized. Entitlement spending is very politicized in this country. Calling it a social safety net spending, fine, right? But when we're talking about mandatory outlays and net interest payments, et cetera, those are things that are being talked about being cut. And some of those things like Social Security and Medicare, I believe CalPERS wholeheartedly supports, and neither one of those are entitlements. They are paid for by the American people. So I would encourage our investment staff to be a little more sensitive to that, because the entitlement spending is a term that is being used to demonize that spending. So, and if we lose, in California, if we lose Medicaid spending, that will cost our health providers more and our members more money. So we gotta be careful about how we talk about this. I know you're just giving us a general view of the economy, but I think it's important that we think about language. So I'm going to move on from there. I was a little confused. Hold on. It was page, I wrote it in my notes. Maybe it was here. In the stagflation in May versus the February 2025, what is base case? Go ahead, either one.
So every quarter, we look at what's happening in the economy and what we know is expected to happen. Then we look at a lot of the relationships, the economic relationships, and we come up with what's called a base case of where the economy is and where the economy is going.
Okay.
Now that base case is predicated on information that we know at the time. So the base case has moved from Feb 2025 to that May 2025. So it's not an opinion around the administration's decisions or announcements. It's given the information that we have, what do we think is more likely than less likely to occur in the economy over the next 12 months?
I get it. So that the boxes that we see, so then the base case was over at closer to overheat, boom, and target potential, right? And then now in May of 2025, we're looking, that's what I didn't understand about this. We're more looking at stagflation is what we're more looking at. Huh, okay. And then there's more risk in the inflation and recession scenarios. And am I to understand that because, so where do we see the tariffs being said they're going to do them, and then we see them being pulled back. And then aren't we in a 90-day holding period right now? So here we go again. I'm just a little concerned. I really appreciate the very positive outview that we are very resilient. The United States markets are very resilient. I think a lot of our members have lots of questions, and I hear it from my members about what happens if we actually institute some of these pretty harsh tariffs. And if he sticks with the 30%, and isn't that on China, isn't that on top of what he put back in 2016 that Biden already left in? So then we're adding another 30%. So anyway, help me out. How does that help us or hurt us?
Look, I think it's probably easiest to think about what's the likely expected average tariff, because there's sectoral tariffs, there are different tariffs on different countries. Looking at different commentators, people are probably anticipating an average additional tariff of around 14% or so, order of magnitude. That would probably mean additional revenue of somewhere between 300 to 400 billion. So think about that in the context of the budget deficit. But of course, it's a moving target, so we don't really know. But I imagine, a 10% tariff across the board would not be that disruptive. It's obviously more disruptive if those numbers get a lot higher. And of course, you have to think about the inflationary effect, because you would expect there to be upfront inflationary effect. What we've seen so far is that not much of it has really come through. So it could be the exporters compressing their margins, the importers here compressing margins. So as Lauren was saying, that it's like a moderate version of stagflation. Some people are using the word slowflation, which is probably like an accurate description. But we really don't know where we're going to get to in terms of the tariff level. But just bear in mind that the administration will be thinking about how to raise revenue as well. So tariffs do that; they act as a tax, and so that means additional revenue as well. So, like I said, I'm thinking that the market is anticipating an average tariff of somewhere just above 10%, probably around 14% or so.
And because we had, if you go back to that other slide, we don't really have any tariffs on other countries. Is what it looked like.
It's limited, yes. So quite often the US would use that tariff approach as part of its foreign policy sort of outreach.
Because we could afford it, basically.
Well, might get something else in return for it, or maybe not.
So I guess then, again, we have, and you talked about this just now, the tax revenue, $300 billion. So we're looking at creating a huge deficit with what they want to do with this bill. And they're taxing not the rich to do this, they're taxing the American people. And the taxes that we would get from trade or tariffs also translates into price increases for the American people. So none of these are great. And it may, I don't know that we're including our thoughts on consumer confidence on that, because if we're not having, if people don't have health care, if you're getting taxed on more of your goods, we're already having inflation as it is, we might hit 3 or 4% inflation and then more taxes on the goods that we buy. So are we taking into consideration in less than 90 days and then maybe another quarter of leeway that's going to impact spending on consumers?
Well, obviously, when there's uncertainty, that has a very big impact on business confidence and consumer confidence. So yes, it can affect consumer behavior. But of course, when the possibility of tariffs is announced, as Laura mentioned, a lot of things get brought forward. So consumption gets brought forward. So you have to try and understand that cycle as well, the timing. But the other thing to be thinking about, of course, is, as I mentioned, that fiscal deficits have been quite high and look to continue to be high regardless of administration. And this is at a time when there's reasonable growth. So if you come into a recession, you could expect that, fiscal deficit to be, substantially higher. So it's an issue. It's a challenge.
So that becomes an issue too with this big tax bill as well.
Well, in general.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, we're where we are at now, and then we're going to add about $3 trillion. So, and then try to take some of it away through other cuts.
Yeah, I think the CBO scored it at 2.4 trillion over 10 years, Lauren.
Yeah.
And we just don't know how much of that's going to be offset by, tariffs. It could be the full amount, it could be less. But of course, this is a dynamic that's at play at the moment.
Yeah, and we're seeing, yeah, okay. That's it for me. I'm sure I might come up with more questions as my peers ask questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gilmore, and thank you, Lauren. I'd like to ask you a question back on page, let's see, it's page 10 of 15 on the potential economic scenarios, the hypothetical scenarios. With respect to the stagflation and the changing from the base case to now the main case, I was just curious. It looks like it appears that the stagflation is high. There's low growth. And what about employment with respect to that? How does that relate? Because like in the 1970s, when we had stagflation, we had high unemployment, but we also had the oil crisis as well, OPEC. And since geopolitical issues tend to affect, stagflation issues, if you can kind of give us some perspective on that, Lauren, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to. And you speak directly into my comments around a mild stagflationary environment. And I liked how Stephen called it a slow, I can't even say it there. Slowflation, there
exactly.
we are. I think that's a fantastic way to describe it. The labour market today is in a very different situation for a couple of reasons. One, corporate profitability is exceptionally high. So there is scope for firms, if they want to hold on to labour, that they may not have done so back in the 1970s, for example. What we're seeing in the labour market at present is we're seeing both the demand side reduce as corporates looking ahead are more uncertain, sentiment is quite weak, and so demand for labour or employment is slowing. But we're also seeing a reduction in the supply of labour. And as a result, the labour market appears to be more equally balanced than what it might have been had we not had the supply of labour side, the constraint from the supply of labour, people entering the labour market. Expectations for the unemployment rate for the rest of this year is for it to rise to about 4.5%, now from around 3.94. So very modest increase in unemployment is expected. That's good for households, in meaning that they're likely to keep their income going forward. But it doesn't adjust the fact to Director Taylor's comments that consumers are likely to find things more expensive and therefore have less money in their pocket to spend or can buy less items for the income that they receive. The oil crisis, also a very different situation today than what it was back in the 1970s. The US is now a net oil exporter rather than an importer. That said, what we export is different to what we import, the type of oil. So we are somewhat still beholden to oil, the oil that we want for our cars, for example, our autos. However, what we call the elasticity, so the sensitivity of the US consumer to changing oil prices is much lower than what it was back in the 1970s. So that means while in the very short run, if oil prices or fuel prices go up, then the US consumer will still need to buy that for driving. But in the longer run, there are alternatives, electric vehicles being one, hybrid being another. And that dissipates the effect relative to the 1970s for the impact on oil prices for the US consumer. And recall, I'm referring to the US consumer because they are 70% of the US economy, so the vast majority of it.
So you're saying that with respect to the oil, like for instance, oil prices, then they're in the short run they would be high. I'm just give me your.
So oil prices have recently increased,
Right.
but they still remain below where they were at the start of this year. So they certainly have gone up, but they're not outsized relative to what the declines that we've seen since January. The impact on the consumer, you can't really change your behavior with driving, on a week-on-week basis. That's difficult to do. So the impact would be straight on the consumer's pocket. Fuel prices rise as a result of what we've seen recently. But the real oil price change that we've seen recently is very small compared to the real oil price. So I'm thinking about like for like in dollar terms,
Right.
the real oil price change that occurred back in the 1970s. So there's two things. One is the price change is much smaller, at least for now. And the second one is the sensitivity of consumers to that oil price change is lower than what it was in the past.
But in the 70s, then there was we had the shock. We had the OPEC shock. Relative to today's understanding, and this is my understanding, we have more of the geopolitical issues that are going on around the world. For instance, what's happening with Israel and Iran, that's providing some, uncertainty in the prices. And I'm just curious how you see that, because I feel that the geopolitical aspects do have some effect on supply, and then obviously on slow inflation. So.
Yeah, I think mitigating to some extent is Saudi Arabia have been increasing the amount of barrels that they have been producing, or at least selling. And OPEC, of course, as you know, is a joint agreement between a number of different countries. Saudi Arabia perhaps has the largest amount of supply of oil and therefore can influence that quite a lot. And so its behavior, which once again is difficult to predict, but its behavior can have a large impact. For example, if Saudi Arabia decided to slow down the amount of oil that it was producing and therefore selling or exporting, then that would have an outsized impact on oil prices as well, because it directly impacts on the supply of global oil.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lauren. And there's one last question on page 13 of 15 on the high valuation points to the low future returns. I noticed this graph is very interesting, how it correlates the red and the blue, and it seems to be when you're really at a high level, the next year it appear to be, from the historical record, there's a recession. And I'm just curious that when I saw the same levels of the red part, the blue part, I just want your interpretation of what you think this means, if there's any meaning here. On exhibit number 6.
Yes, could you say that again, just so I can make sure to respond
Sure, no
appropriately?
problem. So I noticed that in the with respect to the average nominal total returns versus the adjusted inverted leading by 10-year curve, that they're paralleling together. But with respect to the drops, they tend to be correlated with either the bubble, the internet bubble, or with the great the financial crisis. But I'm noticing here again similar uptake and then a down. I mean, are we overheating? Basically, are the high valuation levels, are they overheated? And I'm just at your take on that.
Oh, I wish I knew the answer to that. Let me explain. So the end of last year, you'll recall a lot of discussions around AI and the impact that had. And the US equity markets were appreciating or moving higher, in part because it was pricing forward expectations for the impact on AI on both the US economy and the global economy to today. That's how equity markets, they look forward and they price back today. So when we think about this CAPE, or the price over earnings, the price component was moving higher relative to the earnings component. So I don't want to say today is necessarily different. I don't feel that I can also predict a recession. I don't think anyone can predict a recession. The markets today feel perhaps less, given a number of other indicators, perhaps feel less overheated than they did do last year. But certainly you can see there from that cyclically adjusted price earnings line that from a valuation metrics, it still remains high relative to history.
Okay. Thank you very much. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Director Walker.
Thank you. So as I was reading this report, and it's a lot, what was crossing my mind is, how is this going to as we move to the total portfolio approach, right? Does this, looking at this and all the different things, does it make it, going to that, make it a lot better because of the uncertainty and everything else and our ability to move? I'd like you to talk about that a little bit.
Look, I think the first thing is to be thinking about things in this scenario framework. You know, all these things are going on. What really matters? And I've highlighted the move in interest rates as being, quite important, for asset class valuations and for, prospective returns. So I think that's part of it. With a total portfolio approach, you're really thinking about the portfolio on a more frequent basis, in the sense of when you have a strategic asset allocation, the potential danger is that you set your asset allocation and then you just stick with it without adapting when relative prices change. So we would be looking at the scenarios, thinking about what it means for the portfolio, thinking about whether any of our relative views have changed. So potentially we could be a bit more dynamic than we have been. But that's still hard in terms of trying to work out what really matters. And even with all the stuff that's been going on, it's not obvious to me that any of those things, dramatically change, the way we think about the world. There are some things that could happen that would cause us to really revisit things. So I'd say it's a framework for thinking about what could happen. So when we have a particular portfolio, we can apply this scenario analysis and look at the potential outcomes. And it may be that we're actually uncomfortable with some of those outcomes. That would lead us to undertake some actions to mitigate some of those things we're not comfortable with. And that's just part of the total portfolio approach.
Thank you.
So it could mean, adding diversifiers, for instance.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no further questions, and I just, I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the discussion. I like the visual display of the data. Really helps me because I'm kind of visual. Numbers can be a bit baffling, and it helps me to understand it. It just strikes me that, we could discuss and speculate for days about all the complexity of this, but ultimately it comes down to, in my book, that constancy of purpose and staying focused that we're a long-term investor and we're making fundamentally sound investments based on the case for our risk appetite, the kind of investments, the balancing across the portfolio, the diversification, the fundamentals is what we have to really do right, regardless of what happens with price elasticity of demand for consumers and the regressive nature of tariffs as taxes and all that stuff that we could get really wrapped around the axle about. So thanks to you all and the team. Thanks to my colleagues for the discussion. And Yvonne's last question is, I think, a great segue to our next item, which is 6B, Asset Liability Management, Reference Portfolio Design. And
Thank you. I'll invite Michelle and Scott.
This might be a good time for us to take a quick break. We've been at it for quite a while. And so, what do we need? About 10 minutes? Yeah, so we'll come back at 10:55. So. So we'll call them up. And for our commenters, if you come down, we have seats with microphones down on my left, down on stage left. You'll have 3 minutes to give your comments. Your time will start and the timer will be visible to you when you introduce yourselves for the record and start. So we'll be calling down Crystal Zermenyo and Jacob Evans. And just come on down and take a seat, and the chair will recognize you once you're settled in there. And is Jacob in the house as well? You can come on down as well.
He was grabbing a coffee.
Oh, okay.
And we thought we got switched,
Well,
so he'll
go
be
ahead.
coming shortly.
You have the floor whenever you're ready to start.
All right, he'll join me after. Hello, wanted to introduce myself. My name is Crystal Cermeño. I am coordinator for California Common Good. The labor and community groups in the California Common Good Network applaud CalPERS trustees, leadership, and CalPERS staff for setting the goal of investing $100 billion in climate solutions, as well as the goals the fund set to get to net zero emissions by 2050. And we appreciate the commitment from CalPERS to dialogue with stakeholders on the issue. In March, California Common Good submitted a report to CalPERS regarding the Climate Solutions Fund that outlined our analysis of information that we received from a public records request. In that report, California Common Good recommended that CalPERS adopt 5 core principles, which my colleague Jacob will review shortly. But we believe that these principles strengthen the intended goals that the trustees and leadership of CalPERS have set to achieve by facilitating greater transparency and more robust criteria. I would like to make clear on the record that California Common Good's report does not call for divestment of fossil fuels from the entirety of the CalPERS portfolio, but rather calls for stricter criteria and transparency with regard to the investments that are included specifically in the Climate Solutions Fund. But we do remain concerned about the inclusion of the world's largest emitters in that fund, even if CalPERS is counting for their low carbon initiatives. Our concern is how this moves CalPERS towards its 2030 goals and 2050 benchmarks of net zero, particularly whether the counting of a portion of polluters' activities as solutions contribute to overall mitigation of the systemic risk of climate change for pension fund beneficiaries. There are many other investment opportunities that can provide the Climate Solutions Fund with its desired rate of return, help address climate change, and move us towards just transition. Additionally, CalPERS has not demonstrated that the investments labeled as transition are made with criteria and accountability mechanisms that facilitate a just transition. We also remain concerned about the more than 50% of the portfolio that is not publicly traded and therefore exempt from disclosure and is being classified as climate solutions, absent transparent and clear expectations for external managers and strong accountability measures. I will turn it over to Jacob to talk a little bit more about the principles, but we do really greatly appreciate CalPERS trustees and staff being open to dialogue on these issues and look forward to moving together.
Thank you for your comments. Jacob, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Jacob Evans, and I'm a policy strategist with Sierra Club California. I'm here today with interest and recommendations, like Crystal mentioned, relating to the implementation of CalPERS' Climate Action Plan. We continue to applaud the long-term commitment that CalPERS has made to addressing climate change and its move to commit $100 billion to investments in climate solutions. This sum is significantly more ambitious than commitments made by CalPERS' peers, reinforcing CalPERS' position as a global leader in sustainable finance. Transparency and accountability in all aspects of this initiative will be key to its success and must be integrated. California Common Good recently shared a report with CalPERS relating to the Climate Solutions Fund, recommending that CalPERS adopt 5 core principles with regard to what investments should be included as part of the fund. Those principles are: 1. Adopt strong science-based definitions of climate solutions. The science is clear, and in order to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, above all other solutions, we must reduce emissions from coal, oil, and gas, and build out renewable energy capacity. CalPERS should adopt and disclose its framework for evaluating climate solutions in line with the best available science. 2. Exclude companies on the Carbon Underground 200 list. The world's largest polluters have no place listed among climate solutions. 3. Exclude companies that have no credible transition plan. Transition finance will play a pivotal role in reducing emissions, but poses significant risks of greenwashing and must be approached with strong guardrails. 4. Disclose investments in all asset classes and methodology annually. As the fund evolves, CalPERS should disclose its current investment strategy, including investments across all asset classes, including public and private investments. And 5, commit to ongoing engagement with CalPERS plan participants and stakeholders to share updates and continue refining best practices. Plan participants and stakeholders should have regular opportunities to learn more about CalPERS' sustainable investment approach and to provide feedback. Climate change is already impacting Californians, and the crisis requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, commitment to ensuring as robust a response as possible. We appreciate the board's and staff's interest in dialogue on these points and look forward to discussing how the Climate Action Plan can become more robust and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 6B, our asset liability management reference portfolio design and active risk limits discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Just provide some context again for what we're going to talk about today. As you all know, this is all leading up to a decision for the board in November, where we're going to be recommending a proposed reference portfolio, active risk limits, and so on. So this is another education session, which is building up towards that date. We'll also have an education session at the July offsite, and the first reading will take place in September. So with that context, I'll move through to highlight the things we will be focusing on today. One is the reference portfolio design. We'll also be looking at return expectations, and we'll do a bit of a comparison there. And we will also discuss setting active risk limits, and then look at adding value from taking that active risk. So just to remind people, the reference portfolio design and purpose, the aim is actually to have something that's fairly simple, that expresses the investment committee and board's risk appetite. We can use that as input to setting forward return expectations, and it can be a benchmark. It's a simple benchmark to work out whether the team has done a good job relative to the alternative of just a very simple passive portfolio. Now, the characteristics are that this should be an easily accessible and investable and simple portfolio. And that really means drawing on public market assets and also assets that are sufficiently liquid for our size. We also want it to be just operationally easy to do. So that's the backdrop. We've discussed those things before, but this is really just a recap. When we look in more detail at just what components should comprise the portfolio, we're really focusing on equities and bonds, and we've done that all the way. In terms of equities, we're coming to the view, of course, that we should really be looking at a market cap weighted global equity index. It's commonly used. It's market efficient. It's large, low cost. So that's really where we're focusing in terms of equities. Bonds, we had probably more debate internally around what the benchmark should be. On the one hand, I'm an economist, so I've got to say on the one hand. On the one hand, we have long duration liabilities, and you might think that we would want a bond index that was long duration. But given our size, we didn't think that was really appropriate. And we thought we really need to look at something which is more diversified across maturities. We could also have thought about having something other than US Treasuries, but really this is thinking about the safe asset. For the most part, US Treasuries have acted as a safe asset. There have been short periods of time when that may not have been the case, but for the most part, we view that as a safe asset. So we're looking at a diversified spectrum of maturities for US Treasuries. But we'll come back with more details as we go on. When it comes to a specific construction, we'll talk about that, in more detail, but not today. Now, here I wanted to show return expectations, and this is something we do spend a lot of time focusing on. The investment committee is always very interested in the capital market assumptions. Historically, we've tended to produce point estimates. We've taken a market survey, and we've given the investment committee an average of that survey. But I think it's probably richer to be looking at the range of estimates that come out from those surveys, and also to be looking at where the internal team forecasts returns to be, and where our consultant Wilshire forecasts that. And we've also added another component here. We're looking at historically at 20-year forward-looking returns, but we've also added an equilibrium expectation. So think of that as like a forever expectation of where those returns will be. What I would say is that the 20-year capital market assumptions, there's a pretty broad range of views. But I would note that when it comes to the median of the survey and their own views are very close, across most of those asset classes, and also obviously be very similar for the different reference portfolio mixes. I would also note that the equilibrium tends to be a bit higher on average than the 20-year forward-looking returns. That's basically telling you that people think that current asset pricing is relatively high. But as I say, I think the range approach is actually a richer way of looking at these returns rather than getting fixated on a single number. But of course, we need to use those numbers. Now, I've also wanted to bring in the concept of active risk, because the investment committee and the board have given management quite a lot of discretion in terms of varying the portfolio. So we can vary the invested amount in various asset classes. I've mentioned before, in equities, we can vary by plus or minus 7%, private equity plus or minus 5%, bonds plus or minus 6%. And we wanted to have a simpler way of doing that. And we wanted to look at it versus a reference portfolio. So let's say we had our reference portfolio as 70-30, which is approximately what we have now. If we did that, any decision we made to invest in something outside the reference portfolio would add active risk. So it's very straightforward. It's very clean. So the board could easily see, okay, where has the team deviated? Where is it taking risk? Where has it chosen to take a risk? And you can ask us why we've chosen to take that risk. We should be explaining it. So those moves will be made to hopefully generate additional return or to reduce risk, or a combination of both of those. But it should be clear about where we've deviated and how much risk that adds, and you should have a good understanding for why we've made that active decision to deviate. This page, maybe we'll spend a little bit of time talking about. It shows a whole lot of numbers, and it's quite a busy page, but I think quite an important page. It shows at the far right-hand end our assessment of the maximum discretion we could use based on the delegations that the board has given us. That's that bold, bright, red vertical line. Now, we're not going to be asking for as much discretion as you've already given us. We think we can operate comfortably inside that. If you go to the very left-hand side of this chart, or this visual, you can see the current actionable tracking error versus the SAA benchmark. That's what gets the most focus, because we can control that. That actionable tracking error versus the SAA benchmark is currently around 15 basis points. So it's tiny compared with what we could be doing. Now, technically, the actual tracking error limit versus the SAA is 100 basis points, but practically we can't get that because there are sub-limits. So on global equities, for instance, there's a sub-limit of 50 basis points, but that's relative to the equity allocation, so we can't get to the 100. If you look at the current portfolio versus the reference portfolio, you'll see that that active risk, we estimate, is somewhere around 230 basis points. That's quite a bit higher than what you see reported currently, because we're reporting the active risk relative to the SAA benchmarks. But we would expect to take a bit more risk than we're currently using in the portfolio, and we've given that anticipated range. We haven't been precise in terms of those numbers. You'll also see down the bottom, so the bottom horizontal blue bar, we've looked at what we expect to make by taking active risk. And we just kept it very simple here. We've looked at what we refer to as an information ratio of 0.2. So this is like an excess return from taking risk. And we just use that in a linear fashion. So the more active risk we take, the higher the active return we would expect to generate. I don't know if you have any questions on this particular chart before I move on, because there's a lot in there.
Yes, Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gilmore. This is very, very good, actually. So I really do appreciate how you would distributed the current actionable tracking error, which is the 15 basis point being less than the 100 of the policy band, and then how you elaborate on the anticipated operating range under the TBA. I'm just curious, if we do go into this new operating order, what would happen? What's going to happen to the old system? Are we still going to be looking at that, or how are we going to look at active risk in terms of that? If you can elaborate, sir.
Well, the aim will be to look at the actual portfolio versus the reference portfolio, and to give the investment committee a summary measure of how much active risk that equates to. So it's going to be a much cleaner way of doing things, because right now, the focus is on this actionable tracking error, which is tiny. there's far less focus on the active risk calculation for the whole of the portfolio. But what will happen is, more of this active risk will come. More of this measured active risk. It's not actually more actual active risk. More of the measured active risk will come from the credit exposures and from real assets.
So, because in the current model, if I recall, the current model does not take into account the private markets. Am I correct, sir?
It does. I'm hesitating because if you think about things like private equity, they're benchmarked to listed equity, so there's some active risk. But what I'll do is I will ask the author of this particular page, which I really like, to come up and speak.
Thank you.
Michael Krim.
Hi, Michael Krim from the CalPERS team. So I think the question was what changes and whether we would still have the old order, so to speak. Maybe the way to think of it is in terms of transparency, you would have everything you have under the old order plus a lot more around it in terms of the metric. So right now we have this actionable tracking error metric as our unified way to measure active risk in only the public markets and from our allocation. So it's a narrow metric. It's very precise because it's very easy to measure that. But what we do not have a unified metric to capture is everything else we do that is active. So, or that is active versus a reference portfolio. We are managing that. We are governing that. There are policy constraints around that. There's myriad constraints, obviously, governing all those pieces, but there's not a single number that adds them together. And so what this is essentially a new metric, active risk, that captures, roughly, but quantifies the impact of all those things we're already doing versus a reference portfolio. And the actionable, precise thing is one little piece of that. And of course, we can always zoom in on that in the future.
That is quite impressive then, because that's what, as you articulated very well. The old method, the method that we currently use only focuses on the public markets, and now this new metric would focus on everything else that we haven't captured. And yes, that would be a lot more transparency and would provide us much more understanding of our portfolio over time. And I think that's the goal, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good then. No, that's excellent. And I think those are my questions. Thank you for elaborating, and thank you for providing this understanding.
Okay, Director Rubalcava.
Thank you for this presentation. And I think it was your memo was very revealing along with this chart here, where you state that under new approach, TPA, the board doesn't have to give you management more discretion because you have it. However, we do have to pick. There'll be more reporting, so I understand. But now we'll be comparing it to the old SSA benchmark, but also the reference portfolio that we have to pick still, right? And I know you haven't got there, but you list 4 of them. But this, and so I'm going to ask, when we get to that, I'm going to ask you if they're all, like something Scott was thinking about, you gave us 4 options. Does that mean they're all reasonable? You had 2 outliers before for some, so we can, but now you have 4 new, so are they all reasonable? That's another question not for right now. But the statement came out right now, and I had it underlined because it was your memo, that the key underreaching metric is this total return. And so, I need to understand. I had to Google it. Where is it? Getting my notes confused here. But back to the chart, because you brought in this. There's the one that was in yellow, not this one, the one before it, where I noticed that Wilshire has the lower expectations on the 20-year here. Thank you. On the equilibrium, that's what it is, equilibrium. But I thought it was very telling I'm not sure what it means, but Wilshire, who's our consultant, is a little triangle. They're constantly on the 20-year range below the internal projection or assumption, but yet on the equilibrium, Wilshire is above the internal assumption or expectation. So can you explain why looking at 20 years would give us a very different picture than why introducing this equilibrium would give us a very different perspective?
Well, there are a couple of things there. I think there is a reasonable range of return expectations. So even over a 20-year period, what we think might be the return over 20 years today could actually prove to be quite different. So there is a range of expectations. And so when it comes to, let's say, the difference between someone's expected return over 20 years versus equilibrium, it's really primarily probably going to be driven by thoughts on current valuations and how relatively expensive things are today. And people's views on that will vary. So I think the main takeaway here is that both Wilshire and the internal team have prospective returns which are well within the range that we see from others, and not outliers. So I wouldn't read too much into those differences. It would be normal for people internally also to have different expectations, and I think it can be very helpful to maybe draw back the curtain and give the investment committee and the board an understanding of just how these things are derived, because there's a danger that it appears like a black box. You just see these numbers, and it can be quite helpful, I think, just to go through how these things are derived. So, my intention is to do that in July, as obviously we're going to be focusing on new education and reporting. But one of the things we will be reporting is return expectations. So I think, it's probably quite helpful just to step aside and say, okay, these are expectations. How do we derive them? And so I plan to do that. And then you can see that each of those steps, there is a range of possibilities, right? So there's judgment involved. And so this is all part of the process of just saying, look, we've got to be reasonably humble here. We're doing our best to forecast these returns, but there's a range of reasonable outcomes. And the equilibrium one, think about it as like a very long horizon or forever, or you're not taking into account the starting point in terms of current valuations. So if there's a big difference between the equilibrium and someone's forecast for the next 20 years, then it really comes down to their thinking about current valuations versus what a long-run reasonable valuation would be.
So this is where an investment principle about a long horizon being an advantage comes to play, I guess.
Well, yes. Yes. You could be thinking about it.
Thank you. Looking forward to a discussion on the reference portfolio mixes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have no further comments or questions from the board, and appreciate the presentation. Oh, go ahead.
There's a few more.
Oh, there's more. Okay, keep going.
I just stopped part way because I thought that particular graphic was, there's a lot of content there. I also wanted to show just what happened if we moved from one asset class to another in terms of the active risk contribution. So if we added 1% to equities and funded out of treasuries by selling treasury bonds, we're adding 23 basis points of active risk. And you can just see the list there for the other potential changes. The switch from, let's say going into private equity, funding out of equities, it's actually a fairly small contribution to active risk. So we can do that, across all the various asset classes. This here is quite important because if you look at the prospective returns based on the reference portfolio, those returns don't get us to our discount rate. But of course, we would be deviating from the reference portfolio. We'd be taking active risk. We'd be making decisions around specific asset classes. We'd be taking on some illiquidity. We would expect to be generating additional risk. From that asset class selection, through the complexity of the portfolio, illiquidity, we would be expecting to add something like 25 to 80 basis points, depending on how much active risk we took. And also, there's a potential additional add through, selection of good managers, just timing those investments, etc. So when you add it all up, we'd be looking at those return ranges for those reference portfolios that we've highlighted. And to Director Rubalcab's comment, we have narrowed the range of reference portfolios here. When we last presented this, we looked at a 50-50 all the way up to a 90-10. But we heard the investment committee express a reasonable tolerance for risk. We thought the 50-50 was just too low, and we thought the 90-10 was probably too high in terms of risk terms, because we are required to be thinking about diversification amongst other things. So we've narrowed down to what we think is a more reasonable range of potential reference portfolios. And obviously, when we do the first reading in September and then November, we'll be very specific about deciding on a particular reference portfolio. Here I wanted to highlight the potential return pickup from choosing private market assets. So again, we see the range of reference portfolio returns, and we're looking at what we could get in terms of additional value add, same risk, absolute terms, from just choosing the right asset classes. So again, those portfolio returns would be above or consistent with the discount rate. But that's just simply the asset class selection before we've added any other value from choosing the right managers, etc. I wanted to also show you this, and again, thank you to Michael for coming up with this visual. One of the areas where we've done a lot of work is on liquidity management. That should be an advantage for us, given our size. There will be times when we get paid more for deploying that liquidity. We've done a little bit of that, but I would like to see us using the balance sheet a bit more actively to take advantage of those times when the reward for liquidity is high. And what we've done here is to show that at the outer level, there's zero tolerance for missing a pension payment or a contractual obligation. There's also an operating range, like a zone of comfort, which we wouldn't really want to get into. In the actual portfolio, liquidity use will be somewhere inside that. We'll come back to you through time and show you metrics around how we think about those numbers. But I just wanted to show you this visual in terms of how we think about liquidity in the context of the portfolio. And reporting, we've talked a little bit about that because the question came up on what the IC would see. But there are a range of things here. I think at the highest level, you want to know that we've done a good job relative to the simple alternative, the total returns versus the reference portfolio. We'd be looking at the actual strategy performance in the PERF versus the reference portfolio strategy. We'd be looking at the proxies, the benchmarks, and we'd also look at industry standards for the various investment strategies we've used. And in terms of reporting, the risk metrics and scenarios and so on, there's a range of things that you would expect to see. Total risk, the active risk, the equity market sensitivity, and here I'm thinking about an equity market beta for the portfolio, which is going to be the biggest factor when we're looking at the factor attribution of the portfolio, looking at liquidity, operations, and obviously sustainable investment, especially given how we're tracking towards our 2030 objectives, looking at counterparty risk as well. And here I've put some more numbers. In case anyone's wondering, these things don't add up because there's a covariance, a relationship between the various asset classes, but it gives you an idea of where the risk would be coming from in a reference portfolio context. And you can see much of it comes from, say, income. So global fixed income would be benchmarked against treasuries rather than against those more defined sub-asset class benchmarks. Obviously, private equity is a big user of active risk, and real estate as well. And again, I'll just leave you with that timeline. Thank you, Chair. That was the last slide.
Okay, I've got Director Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. I have a question about if the reference portfolio is set below the discount rate and you make up the difference through the active risk, as I think I understood the presentation here. And then there's a slide about the reporting and measuring back against what the expectations are there. What is the step that you take if the active risk is not making up that difference? Because it seems to me that there's a potential then that if you do that over a long term and it's not making up the difference, you're potentially underfunding the liabilities.
Well, in the end, we're beholden to what the market's offering in terms of the prospective return. Fortunately, I don't think that's an issue for us at the moment, because when we look at reasonable return expectations and what we can get through active risk, we feel reasonably confident right now that the prospective returns are sufficient to clear the discount rate. If it didn't clear the discount rate, that's a different set of discussions.
Yes, and I get that, and that's not that much different than a traditional ALM process.
Absolutely.
But what I'm asking, I guess, is what's different here is you're reporting back on active risk that are choices made by the staff versus.
Absolutely.
So what happens when that doesn't match up? Is what
Let's
I'm asking.
have Scott chime in, since this is his domain in terms of advising the board on an appropriate discount rate.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of different considerations to consider. Like, say, you're concerned, you have the reference portfolio, you have the active risk, and that comes underneath the discount rate. Choices, the board would have several choices. One, straight out, just drop the discount rate. Another one would be stay with a particular reference portfolio and add additional active risk to get up to the discount rate. And then the third option would be some combination of change your reference portfolio and adjust your active risk to get to the discount rate. So there are, several choices and options that the board's going to have available, stemming from changing the discount rate, changing active risk, and changing the reference portfolio.
I think I'm asking a slightly different question. So I understand that the board would have those choices. Those are the same choices that exist under an ALM. If the market is not meeting the assumptions that were expected, we would have to reassess that at a point in time. What seems to me to be different here is the active risk is something that we're asking the staff to make choices about, versus the ALM where the board is taking an action and saying, here's where all the buckets are. So the market is going to give what it's going to give. I get that. But at some point, the board would need to hear that the active risk is not achieving the outcome. And it feels to me that's a slightly different kind of triggering of a new process under this total portfolio approach than what we have with an ALM process. So I'm asking that question. What's going to trigger us having that conversation that maybe the reference portfolio isn't correct, the active risk is not going to make up that difference? What do we do then? And what's going to trigger that discussion under the TPA versus an ALM process?
Yeah, our vision is to continue to have the ALM process every 4 years with the 2-year check-ins. So I think you'll have a better sense of, as we go along, that there may be an issue based on the clear reporting that we've talked about, but you'll still have the 2-year, 4-year check-in that you have today.
So TPA or ALM, you still have that same kind of checking in. How are we doing as against what our assumptions were?
Correct.
Okay.
I think the most important thing there would be you want to make sure that the reference portfolio still reflects the risk appetite that the board has. So that needs to be done on a regular cycle. For instance, other organizations might do that every 5 years. It could be every 4 years. I know others that would have looked at it more frequently. So that will still happen. I would like to think that you will have the data to be monitoring this on a more active, ongoing basis as well. So in some senses, it's probably going to be more immediate. What I would say, though, is like all of these decisions, if the reasonable forward-looking returns aren't there, the challenge is if we end up taking more risk when the reward for risk is low, we end up being pro-cyclical. So we need to think about the risk of that as well. But I think the key thing is there will be regular reviews, and the full review every 4 years, interim every 2 years. You will have better data, more information on a more frequent basis than that. So you can act or form a view. I would say also that you can change the active risk that is given to the team. So at some point, obviously November, we will ask you for an active risk limit. You will be able to judge how much active risk we're taking at any point in time, and you may think that we're not taking enough, or you may think we're obviously not taking too much because we'll be capped on that. But you can question us as to why we're taking particular levels of active risk. That's going to be much more transparent.
Okay, thank you. I have no more requests to speak, and I appreciate the presentation. I also, one of the ways I kind of look at this is that aspect of more information, more transparency, more accountability for both staff and management and us as fiduciaries, because all these forms and categories of risk existed in the existing model, but we were really not really articulating our risk appetite in a very specific and a well-articulated way to staff. And it was hard, I think, especially for stakeholders, to have a real sense of where we were with that. I mean, it was pretty easy to see how we would, put this in this bucket and this in this bucket and this, and then have these expectations, but we weren't really having that fulsome discussion of what are the risks and what is our risk appetite on behalf of, the system and our members out there. And I think this will give us a much better understanding as we go. It'll make it more clear where we sit versus that. And I think it should ultimately, I'm hoping, be much more transparent, clear, and understandable to our stakeholders as well. Because the risk discussion is really where we get a lot of our feedback from our members is, they're worried about, whether we're really making sure that those benefits will be there for them and that we're not going anywhere near that outer limit. And I think this gives us a way to manage that more effectively. So encouraged. Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you.
If I talked for a few minutes, somebody would jump in.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Chairman Miller. Mr. Gilmore, back to the prudent approach to liquidity planning. I like that chart that you had. It's on page 12 of 17. Can you just elaborate? I mean, how will we address that? Because, many of right now, I think if I recall the trust report, we had about 36% that are in the private markets. Since private market material asset classes are inherently illiquid, how will we be able to plan more accordingly with respect to liquidity? Because obviously we have to pay our benefits and so forth. So if you can, and how this framework will work into that.
Yes, I think private's currently around 34.5%, but rising. And the board has had that presentation by Jonathan O'Donnell on liquidity, which will make a regular feature. But what I'll do is I'll again pass over to Michael Krim, who came up with this visual that I like, and I'll let him answer this question.
Fantastic.
So when we, one caveat I want to say, when it comes to liquidity of maybe anything in the world of investment risk, liquidity is the most, amorphous and multifaceted concept. So we always have to be careful that if one person is using the word liquidity, that the person hearing it is interpreting as some very different aspect of risk. The way I would think about this, and it really is just a concept right now, is thinking about liquidity in the sense of a longer-term evolution of the asset allocation of the plan. And I think what we want to avoid is running into a situation where we literally are so full of private assets or other illiquid types of investments that we get in one of these awkward situations, like some of the endowments are right now where we have to sell something that we don't want to. So we want to make sure that we are managing in a way that when we look ahead, when we project the portfolio and the different paths it could take, we are well within the comfort zone. And so the concept here is that, you have an outer ring of risk that you absolutely do not want to cross, right? But well within that is a comfort zone. And so you want to make sure that whatever portfolio you're planning, whatever strategies you're implementing, whatever your active strategy is, you will never be going into that dotted line area.
So the margin of safety is that comfort zone you're mentioning? Is that your understanding, sir?
That's how I would think of it.
And again, it's still a concept.
It's a concept. You could imagine quantifying this, obviously, but it is purely a concept right now.
Oh, I see. And how would that relate with respect, and again, conceptually, how would it relate back to how we look at at our new total portfolio approach in terms of because we're going to be simplifying our benchmarks and we're going to be kind of, instead of having individual asset classes, we're going to be much more consolidating them all. I'm just curious how this will play into that.
I would think of this as a parallel perspective that complements the active risk perspective.
I see.
Active risk is about market exposure. It's about the potential to have a drawdown, to lose money or to make money relative to the reference portfolio. Liquidity is a parallel concept and really a parallel constraint that we need to think about in everything we do.
Very good then. Thank you very much. I think that pretty much sums up what I wanted to understand. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next I have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing, I wasn't going to ask anymore because I think I run in circles, but you said something I think that I feel I have to sort of add to the conversation about how this new approach will clearly lay out a risk appetite. And clearly, we're going to have active risk and we'll have total portfolio risk. But the other part of it, I think I want the board to understand, or maybe me, I'm the one that's maybe want to make sure I understand it, is that the way we add risk is by active selection. And that depends a lot on management skill. And when the question was asked by Trustee Ortega about what can we adjust, I think that should be part of the discussion too, is do we have the resources to do this kind of active risk? And here it is, management skill can add value. So active risk is what's going to add value or not add value. So the discretion is there on the basis points of the risk. But it's that's something I think we should also identify, Mr. Chair, is that's the other part of this new approach on the transparency. So I want to not let that point go unspoken. So I don't know if you wanted to comment. It was I feel I needed to say that because we were focusing so much on transparency and the risk appetite, but what about the other side, which is we're depending a lot on delivering that extra active risk?
Well, there are a whole lot of things that go into that. Some of it relies on the advantages we have as an institution, as CalPERS. Our size allows us to negotiate better terms and conditions, so maybe lower fees. It gives us access to some of the better managers. You can see what we've done on the private equity side. We've talked about that before, and Anton will present on the program later, but we have increased the share of co-investment, and that comes no fee, no carry, so the net returns are better. That happens because of the alignment we have with our managers, the importance that we have in their assessment, so we can be the most important or one of the most important limited partners, so we can get better access. So that gives us an advantage. That helps in terms of return generation. I mentioned the liquidity advantages. there are times when we can lean into markets and do things actively when the reward for risk is higher, or the reward for deploying liquidity is higher, so we can actually get additional returns. So there's also the selection of managers. So we have a team that's good at choosing good managers. So all of those things add up, and of course we expect our managers to be able to add that value. So there's a combination of things. I think we have the right set of enabling conditions in terms of the advantages we have, and within the team as well to generate value add from active risk taking.
Thank you very much. That definitely gives me a lot more comfort. And you're right. I remember. We'll get to that, but all the change we're doing in private equity. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, because you sort of the one raised my point, the issues, the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Controller Cohen.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm just curious to know, I want to go back to what Director Ortega was saying earlier. How often would we want to change the active risk limits?
I would think not very often. But as Michael was saying, we will need to formally review those things at regular intervals. So a full review every 4 years, an interim review every 2 years. But that doesn't stop you from doing it more frequently. But at least you've got those markers.
Talk to me about those markers, or talk to me about the trigger. What are we looking for? What would a trigger look like that would trigger a reevaluation?
I think realistically, you would want to have a sufficiently long horizon to form a view as to whether the active risk was being deployed well. So the short term, it's kind of challenging, but you will get regular reporting on what we've achieved from the deployment of active risk. I can't give you an actual number as to how often you will do it, but you should, I think, be sure that you will have these formal, regular reviews with the option to review anytime you want. And hopefully you will have the reporting to form a view as to whether the active risk is being deployed appropriately, with the caveat that short time horizons can sometimes be misleading, but sometimes.
So when we are approaching a trigger point, you as a CIO would come back to us, or is it more of a special convening, like we need to meet to talk about this as immediately?
Hopefully it isn't the latter. I would expect that, let's say, as Michael talked about liquidity, it could be the case that we're running into, let's say, a place where we are not comfortable in deploying more active risk in the liquids, because we're concerned about the liquidity of the portfolio. So it could be constraint. So it could be that we have difficulty deploying all the active risk if there's a liquidity constraint. Or it could be that we think, actually, there are amazing opportunities in the market and we want to go beyond the active risk limit, and we would have to have that conversation with you in both of those instances. So I imagine that it would probably be, most of the time, us coming to you. But hopefully you've got the transparency with the reporting to initiate things when you want to as well.
Okay, Director Palkey.
Thank you. Great presentation. Without repeating what everybody else said, I totally agree. But I did want to point out sort of a thank you for the footnotes in the appendix. And I hope that this is a ongoing practice that continues, because those footnotes were very helpful in trying to understand the different slides. So thank you for that.
Okay, Director Rubalcava.
I don't know, maybe something to T, but every time somebody says something, I have to say something. I mean, it's not it's not me usually speaking, but on the footnotes, I particularly liked how there was a footnote for last decade in the other presentation of private equity. It even said the dates when the board addressed it. I thought that was, wow, somebody keeps track of that. But I do like that term, so I don't know why I have to say that. So, trigger. Footnotes, I like it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. I'm not seeing any more requests to speak, and this has been very helpful, again, certainly for my understanding, and I think for others, and our ability to articulate this to stakeholders as well. So thank you for that. And I think with that, that wraps up 6B. So we'll move on to 6C, our private equity annual program review. And we will have some public commenters for this item as well.
So welcome, Anton, Colin, and Daniel.
Good morning, Anton Orlich, CalPERS Investment Office. Chairman Miller, Vice Chairman Willett, and members of the IC. Thank you for your time today for the agenda item 2025 Private Equity Annual Program Review. On behalf of the 38-person CalPERS Private Equity team, I'm excited to share with you the success of their hard work. In November 2022, the middle of the 2022-23 fiscal year, we overhauled the private equity strategy to realize the vision of our CEO, Marcy Frost, that private equity could deliver higher returns at greater scale for our pensioners. Up to that point, CalPERS Private Equity had outperformed public equity in most periods, but it had done so at a more modest proportion of our portfolio than that of select domestic and global peers. Also, CalPERS Private Equity outperformed public equity despite underperforming relative to the private equity opportunity set and versus most peers. The CEO's vision and expectation for the investment office was clear. Private equity needed to do better and needed to do so at a scale that would move the needle for the entire CalPERS portfolio. This 2025 PE annual program review is a milestone. We now have 2 full years of performance with opportunity set and peer benchmarking to assess our current strategy's progress serving those who serve California. The revamped PE strategy aimed to improve returns with a more resilient portfolio. To achieve these goals, we enhanced diversity by vintage year, strategy segment, fund size, and general partner. We improved investment selection, and we pursued more cost-effective implementation. There are 3 main takeaways for you today. First, the data in the board materials shows the PE strategy launched in November 2022 has taken CalPERS PE from underperforming to outperforming both the PE opportunity set and peers. Second, with CalPERS PE now outperforming the PE universe and peers, returns relative to public equity should be even better over the long term. Third, the CEO's and your courageous decision to increase the CalPERS private equity allocation has been critical to providing scale to make the success of PE overhaul more meaningful for the total CalPERS portfolio. On slide 3, you can see that we are now at $92 billion of net asset value, approximately 17.5% of the total portfolio. The CalPERS PE portfolio is managed in accord with the investment beliefs, a selection of which are provided in the 3rd section of the slide. Slide 4 shows commitment levels by fiscal year. Consistency is a key theme of the current strategy. Staff saw it as crucial that CalPERS not succumb to cyclical dynamics prompted by the interest rate dislocation that disrupted private markets. During the correction in private markets, the PE program successfully avoided the mistake made coming out of the global financial crisis by maintaining consistent commitment levels in the 2023, 24, and 25 vintage years, and preventing the challenged 2021 vintage year from becoming a disproportionate amount of the PE portfolio. Staff expects the fiscal year 24-25 period to finish in line with the stated target of $15.5 billion. Moving to slide 5. Another key part of the current strategy is building a resilient portfolio by diversifying into growth and venture. Buyout commitments went from 91% in fiscal year 20 to 21 to 58% in fiscal year 23-24. Within buyout, middle market has gone from 27% of commitments in fiscal year 21-22 to 57% in fiscal year 23-24. Staff believes these moves are contributing to outperformance. For example, the venture program launched in 2022 is the strongest performing strategy segment with a 14.7% one-year time-weighted return. Staff is focused on manager selection, and we are moving to the segments of the private equity space with higher return dispersion that allow us to leverage our manager selection skills. Moving to slide 6. As intended, the PE portfolio remains US-centric. The PE team will be introducing more international exposure only on an opportunistic basis. Please move to slide 7. A common feature of traditional private equity investing for limited partners is the delay between the investment decision and the actual investment. A major advantage of the current strategy is that it reduces the lag between CalPERS investment decisions and the actual investments. The use of customized investment accounts are a key part of this dynamic. They provide structural alpha that CalPERS has been producing. Over 60% of commitments over the last 12 months are to customized investment accounts, and they already constitute more than 40% of private equity's net asset value. The corollary to this strategy of gaining more control over the investment process is faster deployment of alpha. It is important to underscore that while many peers have negative cash flows because they have lower distributions than they have modeled, CalPERS has negative cash flows since it is intentional in growing its PE portfolio. Put another way, the CalPERS PE cash profile is evidence of its proactive strategy using customized investment accounts, which are the single best performing structural segment of the portfolio. Slide 8 provides, in one place, the multidimensional nature of the current PE strategy. It provides details on how we are diversifying the portfolio, including investment in diverse and emerging managers that achieve alpha and pursuing structural alpha. An important tool for obtaining structural alpha has been secondaries. CalPERS has been a net buyer on the secondary market, providing liquidity to limited partners who need it for various reasons, such as allocation to the asset class beyond what their governance allows, or unanticipated immediate cash needs. CalPERS has been buying from traditional limited partner investors, such as large pensions and university endowments. Slide 9 compares CalPERS PE returns to the PE universe and the public equity markets within a liquidity premium. The 5-year comparisons bring together the transformation that is occurring in the PE portfolio and that we will cover over the next few slides. On the 5-year basis, CalPERS PE is underperforming the PE universe and outperforming the public equity benchmark, which includes an illiquidity premium by a greater margin. It is significant that CalPERS outperformed public equity while underperforming the PE universe or opportunity set. The takeaway is that if CalPERS can outperform the PE universe, then we are in a strong position to outperform the public equity markets. Moving to slide 10. This slide compares two snapshots of the portfolio's returns as of September 30, 2022, and as of December 31, 2024. The significance of these two snapshots is that the current strategy began in November 2022, and we're seeing the impact of that strategy. During the 2 full years of performance data we now have, CalPERS PE has gone from underperforming the universe over the 1, 3, and 5 periods to outperforming meaningfully on the 1 and 3 year and erasing a 430 basis point deficit for the 5 year on an IRR basis. Moving to slide 11. This slide attempts to benchmark us versus peers, and it relies on publicly reported time-weighted returns from the institutions listed. As you can see, the 12/31/22 versus 12/31/24 provides a contrast that is pretty dramatic. We've moved from 17th out of 30 on the 1-year return to 1st out of 30, and from 30 out of 30 to 2nd out of 30 versus the 30 largest U.S. publicly reporting plans. What's notable here is scale. CalPERS is 1.7 times the second largest private equity investor in the United States and approximately 15 times larger than the 30th. Moving to slide 13. Sorry, slide 12. Sorry, slide 13. Okay, Colin is going to speak to the co-investment savings. Thank you.
Hello, Colin Crane, Investment Director in the PE Group. I'm going to spend the next minute or two to go over why co-investing is such a powerful strategy for us. It, in short, allows us to boost returns because it dramatically reduces fees paid to external managers. As we will all know, co-investing is when we are directly investing into an opportunity alongside our trusted partners, but these are typically done with no management fees and no carry. On the slide is a simplified example to illustrate the scale of these savings. If we invest $1 billion through a standard private equity fund, even at modest terms and economic arrangements, the fees and profit sharing could cost around $400 million over the life of that fund. By instead investing that same $1 billion directly as a co-investment, these fees will largely disappear. In this simplified illustration, about 1/3 of the savings come from avoided management fees and approximately 2/3 from avoided carried interest. I will note that this example is intentionally simplified to convey the scale and is not a replica of particular fund mechanics. So to bring this example back to CalPERS, at our current annual pace of roughly $15.5 billion deployed per year in private equity, with a target of that 40% in co-investments, this can continue that calculation to roughly $2.5 billion of fee and management fee savings from the life of those investments in 1 year of capital deployment. And extending that to a longer term payoff over the course of a decade, this can equate to nearly $25 billion of management fee savings and carry savings, all of which are accretive to our net returns to our beneficiaries. So co-investing is a powerful tool for us, largely to avoid costs and expenses.
Thank you, Colin. Along with secondaries, co-investments are indeed an important part of our structural alpha. Now, if we could move to slide 12. The performance comparisons that we've provided up to now show the change in the portfolio as a result of the strategy. But what this slide attempts to do differently is show the difference between the current strategy's investments and the prior strategies. Before we were seeing the impact of the portfolio from the strategy, but here we see the impact of the dollars in the ground themselves. And as you can observe on a multiple basis, on an annualized comparison, the current strategy is delivering 1.25x gross versus the prior strategy of 1.1x. Moving to slide 14. Here we discuss major governance and sustainability initiatives in the portfolio. On labor principles, we've completed getting 100% of our active managers to sign on to the principles and regularly including discussion of those principles in our monitoring. On diversity, we've shifted to smaller funds, and this has been part of our ability to get more diverse manager representation in the portfolio to enhance our alpha. In fiscal year 23-24, we committed over $6 billion to diverse managers in the non-intermediate portfolio. That is the portfolio that we are investing in directly. That's not including TBG Next and Grosvenor Elevate. In terms of diligence, we're working with sustainable investments to include due diligence questionnaire items and interpreting those results and then folding that back into our manager selection decision. And further, we are working to expand EDCI, which CalPERS co-founded. Even as we have been growing the number of managers in the portfolio and moving to smaller managers, which when we engage with them from the beginning are not members of EDCI, we've been able to improve the proportion of our managers participating in EDCI by virtue of our dialogue and getting those managers to sign up. On climate, again, we're working with sustainable investments to find opportunities for this very important investment thematic. We funded about $1.4 billion of PE co-investments supporting climate solutions since the launch of the strategy in November 2022. Moving to slide 15. Per California legislation, we report our investment amount in both diverse and emerging managers. And as you can see here, for fiscal years 22 and 23, we have strong numbers with increasing momentum. On approximately $16 billion in fiscal year 23-24, over $6 billion were with diverse managers and approximately $2 billion with emerging managers. Slide 16, please. CalPERS helped found the EDCI ESG Data Convergence Initiative. EDCI is now the leading warehouse for information on all ESG issues. When we co-founded it, it was one of many, and it is now becoming the industry standard. You can see that we have worked quite hard and produced results in getting our managers to sign up with EDCI. And we're a trailblazer in making sure that we have the metrics to assess progress on ESG. With that, we'll take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, first off is President Taylor.
Excuse me. Anton, thank you for this report. I read it. Huh?
I was looking for you over there.
Oh, no, because he's sitting over there.
Yeah.
We're tricky that way.
Yeah, we switched seats. And you know, when I was reading it initially, I wrote in big red letters on the iPad, wow. Because we went from, what was it? Hold on, let me get back there. 17th to 1st. And 3-year ranked 30th to 2nd. Ranked 7th and 12th to 1st and 1st. So I'm very proud of the work you have done since you have been here, and want to thank you very much for all the hard work you guys have done. And you know what? It's really nice because then we can kind of look at our folks across the river and be like, ha. But
Our friends
I
and
did
colleagues.
have
Our friends and colleagues.
our sister fund, yes. I did have a couple of other points I wanted to say is that I really appreciate the work on the co-investments because I know that enables us to better integrate all of our ESG work that we're doing for the labor principles for diversity, climate, and our governance diligence. So I do appreciate that work as well. But I just wanted to mainly congratulate all of you guys for all the hard work you do. And I'm very impressed. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Director Pauke.
Thank you. Yeah, I too want to share my thanks for this great report and great numbers. However, moving into the future, and maybe this is a joint question with you as well as Makita, do the sort of looking into the future, do the issues that are happening nationwide, whether it's politics or within the state of California, does this create challenges to creating value add in the coming years?
The general point I would make in response to that is when there are dislocations, active management provides an opportunity to get better returns on capital as managers position for those dislocations. Assuming that we are finding the right partners, then yes, there's more opportunity for active management. The contrast for private equity at its most extreme is passively managed public equity. And that index, that generic exposure to the equity markets, would lead to situations where the winners and the losers cancel one another out. The hope is with private equity and strong manager selection, we have partners who can identify the best opportunities for capital, and you have essentially benefit from the dispersions that are created by the challenges.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Willett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for your diligence in managing our private equity, and my comments go to the private debt portfolios. I do want to acknowledge the complexity and scale of this asset class and the responsibility we carry as fiduciaries. I have a lot of concerns and questions to cover today, and if it's okay, I'd like to go through them all first, and then I'm going to leave it to staff. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that it'll cover both asset classes. I'm going to leave it to staff to decide which ones to address here and which ones are just food for thought. I am encouraged, if I heard it correctly, that 100% of our partners have signed the labor principles attestation. But is that correct?
Our active partnerships.
Active partnerships, okay. But I don't want our labor principles to be like a Hallmark card that just get passed, get signed, everybody signs them, and then they get thrown in the bin or a drawer if they're lucky, never to see the light of day. And I'm wondering, has our implementation and engagement strategy been updated or changed after 18 months of having this attestation? And what are we doing to effectuate outcomes that protect our investments and the retirement security of our members and beneficiaries? So that's the labor principles. And then I do have some questions, specific questions. And before I get into those also, though, I want to highlight one of the broader principles that wasn't included in the beginning on what pension beliefs that this touches on. But I do think pension belief number 11, which affirms our leadership role in advocating for retirement security, is also very important in this work. And I hope my concerns reflect our duty to ensure rigorous due diligence, conflict mitigation, and our ongoing responsibility in every asset class and every investment relationship that we have, especially if there are relationships with high-profile individuals and firms that carry maybe unique risks. So with that, my first concern is on reputational risk, headline risk, and we have to be proactively managing that. I think as a board, we know we hear about these issues. We read the headlines, and it's not theoretical. We have people who come to us and speak about their work in our investments. So these risks do have material impacts on our trust, on stakeholder engagement, on long-term value. And I want to make sure that we are scrutinizing associations with high-profile individuals or firms, particularly those with a history of aggressive or opaque financial engineering, to avoid headline risk and reputational damage. I think as a public pension fund, expect the highest standard of ethical and professional conduct in our investment partnerships. I'm also wondering about escalating commitments, the process and the governance around our commitments. I think any increases in commitments, especially in co-investments or parallel funds, should follow a clearly defined and transparent escalation process, not to be driven just by momentum or, we like each other. And I would want to know, what would lead us to, for example, commit a 10 times X after an initial commitment of X. And then what are our partners doing to return capital to CalPERS as a limited partner investor from more mature investment funds and improve distributions to paid-in capital performance metrics? I think we want to also, as a board, understand, and our stakeholders as well want to understand, what was missed? Were there alternative managers evaluated? Was performance benchmarked not just across our benchmarks, but across various benchmarks? And then I'm also concerned, another general area of concern, are key man clauses on leadership risk and accountability of funds and firms. I think key man provisions exist for a reason, to protect us as limited partners from undue exposure to changes in leadership, strategy, and alignment. And we have to ask, are our current clauses sufficient to trigger pause or review if principals shift roles, if they exit or are entangled in other conflicts or have side hustles? And then what governance rights does CalPERS retain in the event of key personnel changes? And are those rights strong enough to act quickly for us to protect our pension promise to our beneficiaries and our active members? I'm also worried about the conflict of interest mitigation. So I think I want to make sure our agreements have clear enforceable guardrails that are in place to manage potential conflicts of interest, particularly in firms where principals have close ties to companies that we invest in. And we should not just expect disclosure on checking a box or self-certification, but meaningful conflict mitigation frameworks, recusal procedures, firewalls, and independent oversight mechanisms. And then finally, just on our due diligence, but not just due diligence in the beginning of the investment, but at all phases of our relationships with our partners. I think our due diligence has to go also beyond performance numbers. It has to interrogate governance structures. It has to look at legal exposure, cultural risks, alignment with our values, including those pension beliefs that are laid out in pension belief number 11. And I think any fund managed by individuals with high profile connections should undergo enhanced reputational and compliance review. So do we sufficiently investigate all public domain and background issues? Were there independent verifications beyond self-certification manager materials? And then again, I touched on this, but ongoing monitoring and public accountability. I think our private asset allocation commitments are long-term, and our oversight can't just stop at the commitment phase. And we have to ask, how are these funds being monitored? What triggers are in place for review? And is there a cadence for reporting to the board or this investment committee? And I'm raising these concerns not because I want to question the necessity of private equity or private debt, or I think that something's been gone wrong. I just want to ensure that every partnership we have in the investment in private equity exists solely for the interest of our participants and our beneficiaries for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits to those participants and their beneficiaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you wanted to reply to now, or we'll?
I can start to cover some of them now, and there are some that speak to strategy. So I would want to be reserved in my comments about that. And I'll start. I counted 4 issues there, and I'll just check in with Colin to make sure that I covered all aspects of your question insofar as I can discuss strategy. We work very, very hard on the issues that you have identified, and actually they take up most of staff's time. We, even with our current strategy, do quite a bit of investment in blind pools. And so we coordinate with SI, for example, on labor principles. And that 5-step engagement process, which is conducted by SI, does have a feedback loop into our decision making for fund investments and co-investments. And I can tell you that it has had an impact if we have a finding in the stakeholder engagement process on our decision making. It is a mosaic decision. There are many factors that we consider, including the output of a given stakeholder engagement process. Key person. Limited partnership agreements are extremely complex and bespoke. At a high level, I can tell you there is a lot of negotiation that goes into that provision, and how that provision looks does have a great amount of variation from manager to manager. CalPERS is one of many limited partners in our fund investments, and so what you get in the result of the negotiation is a combination of our views, those limited partners' views, and what the manager is willing to provide. Also, there's an incredible amount of variation on the dependence of different general partners on individuals. And so you do get very different outcomes in what the key person provisions end up looking like. In terms of conflicts, by and large, CalPERS serves on the limited partner advisory committees for all of its fund relationships, and those in general are the point at which conflicts are reviewed and arbitrated. And we have an outstanding set of investment managers serving on those LPACs. Also, we are involved in managers that I would describe as, to a large extent, very institutionalized. So it is not just us on those LPACs policing conflicts, but other sophisticated limited partners that are evaluating the issues and assessing how to handle them.
Yeah, and I'll just add while Anderson's conferring, so Daniel Booth, Deputy CIO at CalPERS. We are in the process of rolling out a first screen memo, which will be consistent across all the private asset classes. And this does enhance the coverage of conflicts and reputational risk. So that is something that we're doing today, but we're going to give even more attention to in the future. Thank you.
Another issue that you mentioned is distributions, and we do consider that as part of the mosaic of performance assessment. We're involved with vintage years that really are only beginning to experience, what should be the harvesting cycle. And while the program is long-term, it only had approximately $2.5 billion in commitments per annum between 2009 and 2018. And it's the tail end of that decade-long window where we would have expected to start to see distributions. Now, since we're underexposed, the distribution desert, as it's been termed, does impact us less, but we do have exposure in the 2020-21 vintages, which are in the earliest stages of harvesting and are not keeping up with historical norms. And that does relate to the secondaries discussion that we've had, where we are net buyers, but we are also opportunistic sellers in the secondary market and are trying to get ahead of what we see as an on-averaged challenged set of vintages by selling them. It is ultimately a manager-specific consideration, but it's fair to say that a lot of the selling that has occurred has been in that 2019 to 2021 period. And that's part of this process of comprehensively evaluating our managers' performance. And that includes everything from IRR to multiple to DPI, TVPI, DPI, and we come to a decision. What's so strong about the secondary tool is that it allows us to leverage the insights that we have on our managers above and beyond the commitments that we make in this year. And in the course of considering these blind pool investments, staff has another way to execute on its insights through secondaries.
Thank you.
There's more, obviously, to your question, but I think it's better handled when we can get into some strategy.
Thank you. Look forward to that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Director Pacheco.
Thank you. And thank you, Anton, for your comments, and thank you for your situation. So I want to piggyback on Trustee Roulette's comments. And I wanted to, first of all, congratulate you on the diversity, shifting the focus to smaller funds in the buyouts, expanding growth, and adding venture to increase diversity and the opportunity set, which is in your direct private equity portfolio. You said now we are now at $6 billion. Is that correct, sir?
In the last fiscal year, we had over $6 billion of new commitments to diverse managers.
And when you say direct, what does that mean exactly?
Another term that I could use is non-intermediated. What we're trying to say is these are managers where we are directly investing in the fund as opposed to going through another firm, which then makes an investment in a manager. So think about TPG Next and GCM Elevate. Yep. Those are the intermediaries where we have partnered with them and they are negotiating the LPA and making the fund investment. That's in contrast to what's reported in AB 890 on the slide that you saw, where we're actually finding opportunities where we can scale sooner with managers that are diverse and emerging.
I see now. And actually that says into what I wanted to say, because I attended the Catalyst Summit, and I learned a lot. I actually learned a lot about our program, about our direct portfolio program versus our Mosaic platform. And I learned a lot about what we did. I mean, and I wanted to make a comment because I also feel the same way with Trustee Ouellette on certain things of importance that should be addressed. So let me, and I want to read it to you. So in January 2023, CalPERS launched the Mosaic platform, an ambitious $1 billion commitment designed to identify and support the next generation of investor entrepreneurs in the private markets. This initiative represented our longstanding belief that entrepreneurship, innovation, and diversity in investment management are not only morally imperative, but essentially long-term outperformance. Now, to our understanding, to execute this vision, CalPERS allocated, from my understanding, $500 million each to two trusted partners, TBG and GMC Gerstner. We tasked them with sourcing and partnering with early-stage investment managers not yet scaled for direct CalPERS capital. These managers, through their respective Elevate and Next funds, were charged with opening doors to promising diverse firms and emerging firms. But CalPERS has spent more than 3 decades investing in newly established teams and fostering entrepreneur talents across the global markets. At the time, our CEO, when she established this, emphasized this mission clearly. CalPERS is committed to giving access and opportunity to new, innovative, talents in the investment industry to seed the next generation of diverse and talented managers and foster different ways of seeing and solving problems. However, and this is what I've learned from all this, over the past year, we've seen results from the Mosaic platform that raises fundamental concerns, in my opinion. While both TBG and GMC Goshen reportedly reviewed over 600 applications each, TBG's next fund ultimately partnered with 8 investor entrepreneurs with less than a 1% acceptance rate. This outcome stands in sharp contrast to our performance goals, which studies, including those by the National Association of Investment Companies, have consistently shown that diverse and emerging managers frequently outperform industry benchmark. Yet the results of the Mosaic first phase did not reflect that potential. So I must ask why. Why did only 8 firms advance to the next phase pipeline out of 600? What evaluation criteria were applied? Were those criteria aligned with our goals? And who were the other applicants? And what do we know about their background, strategies, and experience? Were we unintentionally screening out the very talent we sought to cultivate? These are not simply academic questions, but rather essential to our fiduciary responsibility and commitment to transparency. And if we fail to understand the selection process and its results, we repeat the same iteration of any future iteration of Mosaic. So it is my understanding that many of the applicants' firms completed the Sustainable Investment Emerging Diverse Manager Questionnaire, while the Sustainable Investment team currently uses the voluntary post-investment disclosure to determine AB 89 compliance for reporting to the legislator. That approach only gives us insight after selection, not during the most critical decision-making phase. So this is why I am, and I don't usually do this, but I feel this is really important. I rarely do this. I formally request that the staff, via committee direction, prepare a detailed, aggregated report for the board that includes broad-based demographic and geographic data on all the Mosaic applicants, a breakdown by the firm's sizes, investment strategy, sector specification, and years of experience, the number and percentage of applicants who received the secondary round evaluation, confirmation of how many completed the Emerging and Diverse Manager Questionnaire, and a summary, if possible, of the selection methodology used by each advisor. We have consistently prioritized transparency and data-driven decisions at CalPERS, particularly regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I very want to congratulate and compliment Trustee Willett on her championship of this. This request aligns directly with that tradition. And in the past, we have surveyed all our external managers at our DEI and human capital practices, and we must now apply the same level of rigors to our own internal initiatives. If we are ever, and this is my opinion, if we are ever to pursuing another Mosaic Platform 2.0, we must learn everything we can from Platform 1.0. This means acknowledging where our efforts fell short, identifying any missed opportunities, and building a stronger and more inclusive process going forward. And I would say that I want to point this out. Our ultimate objective remains the same: to maximize long-term returns for beneficiary while expanding access and equity across the investment landscape. Thank you. So I know it's a lot there, but I just wanted to, but that's kind of a gist of what I wanted to know, what's your thoughts. And I think Peter's right there.
Thank you, Director Pacheco. Peter Cashin, Head of Sustainable Investments. So first, let me comment on the importance of emerging and diverse managers as a strategic priority. As you know, it's one of the a core part of the strategy and one of the 11 KPIs that we'll be reporting on in November. We do have a 2030 target of $10 billion invested in emerging diverse managers, and in fact, owing to the work of the private equity team, as Anton mentioned, that number has already reached $6 billion in, I believe it was last fiscal year. We come at emerging managers through 2 ways in terms of investing: the non-intermediated and intermediated, call it fund of funds. As Anton mentioned, non-intermediated can bring about significant volume and also have the full universe of funds that can go through our standard process. We also have the intermediated, which is the fund of funds, the Mosaic. So both can be pursued, looked at, but they are different. Fund to funds do also have a higher fee structure in that you have an intermediary in between you who will also take their portion of fees. As it relates to the specific Mosaic program and your comment about 600 reviewed versus 8, so first, we really encourage and push and promote any of our partners to be very rigorous in their review and to start with as wide a pool as possible and take that down to a smaller number. I know that the outcome of that is maybe, not an enormous count, but that also depends on the size of the allocation that we've provided to the Mosaic partners and versus the number of funds that they can actually finance. So they have 500 each, and given that they are taking seeding stakes in these managers, meaning they're taking typically a part of the GP, the general partner company, the amounts needed to justify for them to have that position is typically larger. So greater than 50 million and in the range of 75 to 100. So just by pure arithmetic, you get to not an enormous number of managers. Regarding the AB 890 and the questionnaire, so yes, as you point out, we do formally report the emerging diverse managers to the legislature through the AB 890. We have the Lennox Park survey that Mike Silva and his team are actively working on currently. And we do collect those results, and it is after the commitment. Because we also want to be making our investment decisions on everything that's permissible. And although we do factor in cognitive diversity and the benefits that come from it, it's always the fund performance itself and the expected return that we are focused on. Anton, anything further to add? And if I didn't address any of your points, Mr. Pacheco.
And let me just add one thing, and then I'll see if the rest of the table wants to add anything else. That we do have a session queued up for our July offsite on emerging managers. Our two partners that we've been talking about, GCM and TPG, will be there to be able to speak to the way they approached their mandate. And so I think we'll have an opportunity to have a full conversation on this topic in just 1 month's time.
With respect to the so we'll be able to be talking about the applications, the applicants, the 600 plus.
Yes, certainly I think your comments will have been heard by our partners, and they'll be prepared to speak to their process.
Excellent, and I think that would be a good first step in terms of how we could approach this. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Next, I have Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Thank you.
Oh, that didn't work. Hang on, let me touch it again. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I ask a question, Mr. Ehrlich and team, I want to convey a message from the State Treasurer, and she's commend CalPERS efforts of the last couple years to enhance our return, through the building of more sustainable portfolio. And I'm not going to go over the areas, but as you, during your presentation on page 14, I think it was slide 14, you acknowledge the progress in labor principle, in diversity, in diligence, in climate. So this is a great report. This is very, the Treasurer shares your enthusiasm, and she welcomes this kind of reports anytime, any day. So congrats and kudos to the team. Now, quickly, the question back in the same subject matter, as CalPERS evaluates its private equity funds structure and considers streamlining its manager roster, how is staff ensuring that emerging and diverse managers continue to have meaningful opportunities within the evolving platform?
Excellent question. Excellent.
When it comes to the CalPERS private equity portfolio, we are hardly ever using fund of funds. We're making direct investments in funds or in portfolio companies in the form of co-investments. Describe the process at a high level, you've got the direct portfolio run by the private equity team, and then the GCM, Elevate, and TPG Next strategies that are managed by SI. So Peter can speak to the TPG and GCM relationships, and I'll speak to the direct portfolio. At a high level, the goal has been to broaden the filter of the opportunities that we evaluate so that we can be confident that we're assessing the full spectrum of talent that's available for us to generate returns. The team does its best across the metrics that Vice Chairman Willett alluded to find the best opportunities. And it is challenging work because, for the most part, we're investing in blind pools. So we don't know what the investments are. And even when we develop a customized investment account relationship, the deal flow that comes is contingent on what that manager can provide for CalPERS. We select the best managers we can from this broader universe that we have been pursuing, and that is coming from firms that we can generally characterize as smaller. So not just large buyout, but going into the middle market, not just buyout in general, but going into growth and venture. And then there's a process independent by SI that sends out surveys to these managers, and they are providing demographic information on a voluntary basis. And when they do provide demographics that indicate that they're diverse firms, that's what's reported in the AB 890 legislation. So again, we are investing in managers because they represent the very best opportunities, and then we're getting validation from this retrospective review of the diversity that we've introduced into the portfolio.
I'll just add a comment on the intermediated funds. So in addition to Mosaic, we have historically worked also with Grosvenor on three other diverse and emerging manager funds. It's called Domestic Emerging Manager. And those three have been fully deployed and under active management. And then historically, we also had fund of funds in real assets, real estate in particular. So we very actively within SI. Our role is to work with the Mosaic partners, both on screening of new fund managers, particularly at the part of that 600. Some of those are referred from CalPERS into the Mosaic managers. And we work very closely with them. But ultimately, of course, the investment decisions are all made by them. Those funds are benchmarked to private equity benchmarks like everything else. So hence, they use very high rigorous standards in the ultimate selection.
Before I ask, I have a follow-up question. Before I ask that, I neglected to mention, and I think it's worth saying also, that the Treasurer congratulates both CalPERS and CalSTRS in co-hosting the second edition of the Catalyst Conference, California Emerging and Diverse Investment Manager Forum, which brought together right here, right in our own backyard in Sacramento, institutional investors and other global allocators to engage with diverse entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial general partners to forge a new path in leadership and growth. So kudos to the team, to both Pension and to our sister fund for putting that together. Quickly, will there be a dedicated channel or allocation for identifying and scaling high-performing emerging managers?
In two fronts. So for the direct portfolio, we're constantly sourcing for new managers. obviously the bar is quite high there because our portfolio is largely filled out. There are opportunities to, find pockets that are diversifying or that we don't have exposure to. So new managers would only get through the door based on that portfolio construction consideration. So most of the work, especially given the progress that we've had in bringing in diverse managers in the portfolio over the last couple of fiscal years, is identifying the ones that are succeeding as we would across any manager in our portfolio set, and then putting more capital behind the ones that are succeeding.
I would also say, given our size, we would want to be able to scale those managers. So that will be a consideration for investing in the first place.
Great. Thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Director Palkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had really quick clarification question. There was an ask for staff to do something, and I want to make, in the spirit of not getting into the weeds, I want to make sure that whatever the ask was, if we're going to move forward with doing that, that it doesn't create a conflict of interest for us where now we have to recuse a possible vote or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I think the questions that Director Pacheco asked and what he was asking for, I think largely will be covered in June. And
July.
if at that time we're not satisfied, we could always provide direction for more specific work to come back to us. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that'll be in
Okay,
July,
yeah.
and then we would,
July.
have to engage in some conversations with TPG on their underwriting and whether that's public information or not, and even available to an, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
My turn.
Controller Cohen.
Hi. A couple questions. First, I was wondering, I want to make sure I heard correctly, that our emerging manager program is outperforming. Does that sound right? Did I hear that correctly in the presentation? I'm looking at you, Anton. Peter's looking like, is she talking to me? No, Peter, I'm not you. You and.
So again, I'm going to speak specifically to the investments we're making in the non-intermediated private equity portfolio. If you look at the managers in the top 10, even in the top 5, a couple of them are diverse managers,
Okay.
and one is a diverse and emerging manager.
And so one entity outperformed.
I would say if you look at the group on average, it's
Okay. I'd love to look at the group on average. Is there a way for me to get this information easily?
So we provide on our website the returns by vehicle, and also there is a description in the AB 890 report about which firms are diverse, and cross-referencing the two would provide which, what the breakdown is. But on average, and we can go through manager by manager in certain circumstances, the diverse and emerging manager set is doing strongly. It has absolutely been an alpha engine.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. I'd like you to do me a favor. I have limited time and don't have time to scroll through the entire website to do this. So maybe you or a member of your staff could help just drill down and print out a couple of the pages for me so that my staff and I can go through and review.
Of course.
That's probably easier than just kind of indiscriminately like scrolling, looking. I am specifically looking at unique asset classes or emerging managers, so they will pop out to me. All right. Another question for you is. We've spoken in the past about moving away from buyout and towards middle market and growth in more diversified strategies. I just wanted to know if this is true for our emerging manager program as well.
So 2 parts to that. The first is the movement away from buyout toward venture and growth, and then separately within buyout doing more middle market at the expense of large buyout. In both respects, the diverse emerging managers are part of that portfolio shift. So the diverse emerging managers are much more likely to be from the venture growth segment and from the middle market buyout segment. And the large buyout shops are much less likely to get categorized as diverse.
All right, thank you. So the answer is yes. Thank you, Marcy. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. And I think the committee would benefit from that information as well. So if you could share that with us. I'm not seeing any more requests to speak from the board. We're close to 2 hours, but I want to power through because we have a few public commenters on this. And so I'd like to call down 2 at a time. At this time, I'll call down Sarah Holtz and JJ Jelensik. And if you just come down, we'll have the seats on my left. You'll have 3 minutes. The clock will start when you identify yourself and begin your presentation. And we'll follow those two with Mark Swaby and Frank Ruiz after Mr. Jelensik finishes. Okay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Holtz. I'm an organizer with the Office and Professional Employees International Union. We are supporting American Sign Language video interpreters to organize across the United States and Puerto Rico, whose work is compensated through the FCC-administered TRS Fund. This year, I've had the opportunity to talk to video interpreters throughout the state of California about their experiences working for the 2 biggest video relay companies in the U.S., Sorenson Communications and ZP Better Together. These workers assert that company policies contribute to poor health outcomes and high turnover in the industry. Almost every interpreter I've spoken with experiences some form of pain, whether in their wrists, arms, neck, or back. The Private Equity Stakeholder Project released a report this month that examines these health and safety risks. Interpreters work grueling shifts while in physical pain, without sufficient breaks that are normal in other types of interpreting. When interpreters are working with high levels of physical and mental stress, and experienced interpreters leave the industry in high numbers, the quality of service for the deaf community suffers. The 2 major video interpretation providers have not adequately addressed working conditions, even as the FCC has significantly increased the amount that companies are paid for providing such an important service. So far, Sorenson's private equity owners, Ariel and Blackstone, and ZP Better Together's owner, Teleperformance, have refused to meet with these interpreters about working conditions and collective bargaining rights. ZP Better Together has a long history of aggressive union busting tactics, including shutting down call centers in other states. In California, ZP has closed down all their call centers, which has had significant impacts on service delivery for deaf Californians and the interpreters that provide this service. CalPERS has $4.8 billion in Blackstone investments and additionally holds $11 million in Teleperformance shares. We are confident of our union and the need to improve our service quality for the users that rely on these services, and we need your help to be able to organize without these companies retaliating. I urge the investment committee to engage with Blackstone and Teleperformance, urging them to take action on their investment and to commit to being neutral as employees seek to organize. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Jelensik, you have the floor.
JJ Jelensik, RPEA. This report is a review of what you have done through your agents. It's also a report that helps the beneficiaries understand what you are doing with our money. I do identify certain weaknesses in the report that I would like to draw your attention to. On page 4 of 16, you've got the commitments through the first quarter of 25, but if you read the footnotes, it's based on December 31, 24, so there's an inconsistency there. You've also netted the buys and sells in the secondaries. If that treats them as though they are equivalent, if you're simply moving pockets, it doesn't make any difference. If you are changing the risk or the returns, then they should be pointed out separately. Slide 5 completely ignores the secondary. On 7, you talk about the fact that the secondaries impact the NAV and the returns, but then you don't say anything about them. Page 8 says the secondaries were used, but says nothing about how much. Was it $1 billion, 20 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion? Would be useful to know. And on page 10, you talk about how the secondaries help drive both the construction of the portfolio and the returns. And yet you really don't talk about them. One of the dirty little secrets in private equity, and everybody acknowledges, the values are not real. They're what the GP says they are. When you actually trade a secondary, you establish a market value, which is different than the fair market defined by the beneficiary. But one of the quirks is that I can buy it at the market value and then immediately mark it up to the GP's fair value, and I've got a huge return. To put it in real estate where people are somewhat familiar, if I have a house listed for $1 million and sell it for 900, then the real price is 900. But under the rules of GP, I can say, I just bought $1 million house and I can book an 11% profit for the day. And that clearly impacts your returns. I think you really need to dig more into what's going on with the secondaries. And Ms. Melissa Willett raised the issue of conflicts of interest. And I would encourage you to read an LPA. In many cases, you've agreed to waive conflicts of interest, and in many cases, the LPA agreement actually indemnifies the general manager for even illegal behavior. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next two commenters, Ruiz, let's see, and Swaby. Okay, come on down. Okay, welcome again and begin whenever you please.
Good morning. My name is Mark Swaby, and I have my greetings to the investment committee members, the CalPERS executive and staff, and members present and guests. Thank you for allowing me to comment on private equity program review, agenda item 6C. What I want to see are a few more reports at the September meeting on the PEP, because that asset class reports 90 days behind other asset classes. And these are the kind of reports I want to see. I want to see a report showing the differences between private equity standard contract costs and revenues grouped by vintage year for the last 10 vintage years, 2015 to 2025 fiscal year end, less any sales of contracts, but I would like to have any contracts that were sold listed in such a report, along with the revenue from the sales. I want to see a report showing costs and revenues for co-investment contracts, our share of them anyway, by vintage year back to the first vintage year of initiation for these particular contacts. Because it's what's going on here is that revenues from these contracts are what's important, not percent of value increase. As our prior commenter said, you can create value out of whole cloth. I want to see a report that shows costs and revenues for the CIA accounts by vintage year back to when they were initiated, because I want to see scale. I want to see how much money is in there. We allocated $89 billion last year to a program that, according to a 2024 CalPERS AIV report, already had $76 billion in revenue. I want to see and possibly other relevant, I want to see these reports and possibly other relevant reports that also show the difference between costs and revenues, because we need to see that relevant information. CalPERS board needs to see it. They're going to vote on another allotment to the program. One last thing I'd like to say, that by 2025, 2026, if you stay at 17%, that's $260 billion of the PERF, which would be approximately 50% of the PERF would be in private equity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Rees, you have the floor.
Thank you for allowing me, Frank Rees, a CalPERS retiree, an opportunity to address the CalPERS board, guests, and CalPERS staff regarding item 6C. Welcome back to the upside down, inside out, circular, substandard deviation world of private equity nightmare investing. As in Alice in Wonderland, Alice enters into the White Rabbit's house. Alice eats a treat inside the house and grows to a gigantic size. Her size traps Alice, so she is caged inside the house, unable to escape. Likewise, CalPERS has invested so many billions in private equity that it is imprisoned. The outside investments appear to be returning profits, but the inside investment continues to not meet its promised 13 to 17% return. In April 15th, 2025 meeting, we were informed that CalPERS was going to play to its strength of diversification to weather through the current and near future economic volatility. But based on the June 30th, 23-24 CalPERS Alternative Investment Vehicle Report and the May 8th, 2025 Facts at a Glance, from 23-24, we see a concentration of the private equity asset class. If the reported $145 billion plus private equity is added to the 79 plus billion invested in 24-25, private equity CalPERS will have 224.9 plus billion in the fund. This 224.9 billion will represent 44+% of the entire PERF. That sum in one asset class is not diversification, it is concentration. Why does CalPERS continue to invest in a high-risk, long-term, illiquid, underperforming asset class? Mark and I have suggested investing in private equity stock that pays annual dividends that exceed current private equity returns. There is no minimum 5-year wait for returns as there would be in the current investments. Why are we waiting to get no returns at all? 0, 0, 0 for 5 years. That makes no sense. So the CalPERS private equity Cheshire cat, cloaked in $145 billion notes, appears and vanishes. The cat reappears with a $79+ billion tail, and then just as quickly vanishes, not even leaving a grin from the elated contractors. How sad. Thank you for let me address the board.
Thank you for your comments. And I think at that point we will recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:45. Okay, thank you all. See you again soon. lunch recess and we'll jump back in. And I think we're on 6D. Yeah, private debt annual program review. Yeah, well, might be a second or two till everybody's settled back in. Then I know I've been told I didn't give people long enough for lunch, so. Right, the gang's all here.
So then I was like, oh.
So, thank you very much. I'll pass over to Anton and the team to discuss private debt.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Whatever.
We need to put on the job description the ability to eat fast to be a CalPERS
Yeah.
investment team member.
I've been told that. Everyone's giving me a hard time. I only gave him 35 minutes.
It's okay, we got it done.
We'll remedy that in future meetings. It's a plus delta moment.
Thank you. The vision underlying the 2025 Private Debt Annual Program Review is an echo of that for private equity. The CEO gave the investment office the challenge to build a private debt portfolio that would provide additional returns for the pensioners. Formally launched as an asset class in July 2022, private debt is another data point that active management through the private markets has been enhancing returns with increasing scale to pay pensions. Based on its early success, the board voted in March 2024 to strengthen the CalPERS portfolio by increasing the target for private debt from 5 to 8%. To meet that goal, with continued outperformance, the 12-person private debt team is on track to deliver over $18 billion in commitments this fiscal year. During almost a year as interim managing investment director for private debt, my focus has been on scaling the asset class in a cost-effective manner and to find synergies between private debt and private equity. Along those lines, we have found opportunities to add managers that diversify the strategy set of the portfolio and to increase co-investing. Moving to slide 3. The slide describes the role of private debt to add alpha from illiquidity and the structural advantages of private debt and to provide current yield while doing so. The private debt NAV has grown to over $19 billion, with the supermajority in direct lending. Moving to slide 4. Fiscal year 2024-25 will be a record-breaking year for private debt commitments, which are expected to finish at over $18 billion. As with private equity, staff has been achieving this with cost-effective, customized investment accounts, which are now a supermajority of net asset value and about 2/3 of the portfolio. On a commitment basis over the last 12 months, customized investment accounts constitute 75% of commitments. Private debt commitments in NAV, represented by the dark blue and orange line on the left side of the exhibit, have been consistently growing with acceleration in the current fiscal year. Now I'll pass it to my colleague Jonathan Chen, who will speak to slide 5.
Jonathan Chen, investment staff. So as the private debt portfolio continues to ramp and we increase our commitments, our portfolio is also going to continue to diversify into other strategies. So direct lending still remains the core of our portfolio, represented by 75% of total commitments to date. However, that is down from 82% from the prior fiscal year, as we've really begun diversifying into real estate financing, specialty lending, and mortgages, given the increasing opportunities that have opened up in that area. Additionally, the portfolio, while predominantly North American, also continues to maintain geographical exposure in Europe, where we see a slight premium in returns.
Russell C. Investment Staff. Moving on to slide 6. The chart on the left shows that the private debt portfolio has been distributing income and principal repayments. And since inception, private debt has received approximately $4 billion in principal and income distributions. One of the positive characteristics of private debt is the consistent distribution of income every year. And the chart on the right is an example of what a senior direct lending strategy yields in terms of current income per year, which ranges from 10 to 15%.
Justin Scripps, Investment Staff. Can we go to the next slide, please? So uncertainty in financial markets from the potential impact of American trade policy on global economic growth and inflation has created a situation where markets have priced an expectation for interest rates to remain higher for longer. Now, higher interest rates are a tailwind for income and private debt, but it also puts additional stress on borrowers to service those debt obligations. So expectations for loan defaults are increasing. Public markets have recovered impressively since the stress seen in April. And because of that recovery, both public and private markets are competing aggressively for new loan origination supply in corporate lending. Additionally, a subdued environment for mergers and acquisitions is constraining new supply. So you have increased competition for less supply, driving spreads tighter and marginally decreasing the attractiveness of corporate lending. As a result, the private debt team will focus its efforts in the coming fiscal year on building out geographical and strategy diversification in areas with attractive relative value, including specialty finance, real estate debt, and asset-based finance. We will continue sourcing high-quality managers and seeking attractive economics and co-invest opportunities in strategies that emphasize current income.
Private debt is meaningfully outperforming its benchmark since the first private debt investments in 2020 and over the last year. In the exhibit here, you see the outperformance with and without the illiquidity premium. Since inception, the portfolio has added 219 basis points of excess return, even after including an illiquidity premium, and 343 basis points on the one-year period. In an asset class measured by basis points, it's delivering percentage point outperformance. Also, our portfolio has mitigants against rising rates because a supermajority of the portfolio is floating rate. Moving to slide 9. Private debt is growing the team, and it has gone from 8 to 12 members and is in the process of hiring a permanent MID. Another initiative of enhancing the underwriting process is important as we work to expand the strategy segment diversification of the portfolio beyond direct lending. Specifically, corporate direct lending, a supermajority of the portfolio, is now getting supplemented by things like special situations and specialty finance. Next slide. As with private equity, improvements in ESG are critical in making sure that we have a sustainable, resilient portfolio. And the private debt team has been working with sustainable investments to achieve that. A couple of highlights I would point out are the addition of the first climate-specific mandate, making the portfolio contribute to the $100 billion goal on climate thematic. Also, private debt is incorporating ESG topics into its due diligence questionnaire. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Okay, first we have President Taylor.
Thank you, Anton. I appreciate the presentation. And I had a couple of questions. The report was really good. And I don't remember your name, I'm sorry. But you went over the market environment, and so for a little while it was looking a little sketchy for us to continue, or for servicing the debts, right? And you're saying that we're back on track. Am I understanding that correctly because of where we're at right now in the markets?
The comment I was addressing was with regard to interest rates remaining higher will continue to exert pressure on borrowers that are having to service that debt. So you have two forces working in opposite directions. One, higher income for us in our private debt exposure, but at the same time, an increased probability of stress in the portfolio increases defaults. So clearly actively monitoring exposures, but have a very high quality exposure in the corporate direct lending market and very low default rate currently.
Okay, and so the risks are relatively managed at this point. Okay. And then I wanted to go into the integration of our ESG, and I appreciate the fact that we're doing our first ever dedicated climate-related fund, so yay. And that is deployed in private debt. Can we not discuss that here, or do I have to wait till closed session?
As long as we're not getting into strategy, happy to discuss it.
I just wanted to know how does that work in a private debt fund?
Yeah. So we'll address that. I just want to make the point that we're incorporating ESG principles, including on climate, in the entire portfolio. And that was why I had that two-part comment, that we have this climate-specific mandate, but then we're also including climate considerations in our general blind pool investments.
I have a question on that too, so don't worry about it.
So we'll get to that. And then I'll pass it on to John to discuss the climate-specific mandate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with regards to the climate mandate, there is usually a multi-year period over which that commitment is deployed. So if we think about this as a 3-year investment period, the expectation would be roughly 1/3 of a commitment would get deployed in each specific year.
Oh, okay. In whatever this debt is, that is financing, I assume, some sort of climate project?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was a little confused about. Thank you very much.
And maybe if I could just add, so like tax equity or financing renewable projects, so those are the sorts of things that that particular fund is financing. And just to add, so the 10% return since inception and the 13% returns on the 1-year basis, so that is really strong on a risk-adjusted basis because the bulk of the portfolio is in direct lending. So this is the 0 to 50% LTV lending to private equity companies, and private equity is taking the 50 to 100. So we're getting equity-like returns, but on debt-like risk. So it's been a really strong environment.
Excellent, I appreciate that. I heard that that's what would happen when we did this finally. And then lastly, Anton, if you wanted to go ahead and go over how you implement the rest of the ESG strategies and how you're working with the sustainable investment team to do that, I'd like to hear that.
So I'll let also Peter wants to chime in on this, but we essentially are organizing the portfolio with investment professionals in SI who can speak both to the public and private side, and obtaining essentially through what was before consulting relationships, now in-house capacities, to understand these topics at the fund investment decision, and then apply it in that decision framework in the asset class. So it is very much a collaborative engagement between the asset classes grouped into public and private and SI.
Yes, Anton described it very well. So early in the new year, we hired an ESG specialist for public markets and for private. So the private market ESG specialist has been working with the private asset classes over these last 5-6 months to come up with the implementation process for ESG and formalizing it. It was already, of course, being done for the past years, but now we're bringing some more, I guess, depth and formality to it. So basically what that involves is assisting each of the investment teams across all investments. So those can be co-investments or fund investments. And that covers both fund or climate and non-climate funds. And assessing the ESG capability of the manager, or in the case of a co-invest, the underlying company alongside the manager. So making sure that they first assessing what are the material risks and which companies or funds are more exposed to these risks. For example, software would be typically very low, whereas a greenfield infrastructure may be very high. And prioritizing the level of work based on these risk factors, engaging with the asset managers to ensure that they have the proper policies and procedures in place. And then once an investment is committed and it's invested, monitoring the portfolio performance from an ESG perspective, obtaining the ESG reports and engaging with the asset managers as needed. So yeah, I think it's so far been a really positive process, working with private debt in particular. So yeah, and we'll be sharing more at the offsite.
Okay. And also, I think there's a question I want to ask that might be in close, so I'll wait on that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Director Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you for your comments on private debt. Just a question back to the high interest rates and taking into consideration, I think mostly on the direct lending part. How did we handle the projected defaults? Because we're such a high, there's this stress of that. I'm just curious if we have reserves, or how does that work? And because I know in the banking industry usually they have reserves set aside, but I'm just curious what's our mechanism on our side?
Yeah, I'll give a first answer, and then we'll invite the investment directors to provide additional color. One of the considerations is what we can do in the private markets to add value to the public markets. And there are protections that we have in private debt that we don't have on the public side. Covenants allow us to have an earlier intervention if there are circumstances that are arising from recessionary environment or problems with the portfolio companies. Another consideration is that active management. The team is spending the preponderance of his time, just like in private equity, on manager selection. And so there are very high underwriting standards. We are underwriting the manager partly on the basis of its ability to underwrite the portfolio companies to deal with the debt burdens, even in stress environments.
And so Anton covered a lot of it. And then the other thing I will add is that this is where manager selection is very important, because in periods of potentially higher default, you will see greater dispersion in terms of performance among managers. And so this is where the underwriting of any specific manager and their strategy is extraordinarily vital.
So, and you would consider that more important than the debt covenants that you were talking about, or are they in combination?
It is in combination, because you want to make sure you select the right manager and the right strategy for the right company, and then the covenants are additive to that.
I see.
But they are intertwined. So the idea of which covenant to focus on, right, how much headroom to have on that covenant, the ability to negotiate that term, is a derivative of the manager selection decision.
I see now. So it is in combination. They're in tandem, basically. That's excellent. And I did not know that. And that's a really interesting approach in terms of how we're looking at. And this is focused on the direct lending part of it mostly. Am I correct, sir?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are my comments. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more requests to speak from the board, and thank you very much. It's very helpful and again, very encouraging, because this was a path that, we kind of took a leap of faith to go down, and just fabulous work by the team and everybody involved.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you from me to Anton for the interim
Okay.
leadership and to the team for stepping up in Jean's post-Jean's departure.
And I believe we have a public commenter on this item that we'll bring down at this time, Mr. J.J. Jelensik.
J.J. Jelensik, beneficiary, recognizing that what I have to say really makes no difference. I'm going to keep it short. I do want to point out that on page 6 of 10, there's a chart of the direct lending. I will point out that that is one specific plan, and staff did not even claim that it was typical. Don't know. It's interesting that it is an Ares levered senior debt fund. You might question how much the Ares debt fund lended to Ares GPs or public equity funds and or companies invested by those funds. And one of the questions that you have to answer for yourselves is, what's the risk in lending money to companies who can't borrow from a bank or can't borrow in the public equity? How do you risk adjust those returns? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next, we have Real Assets Annual Program Review. And I think after we finish these 3 items, I'll see if Makita wants to come down and speak on any or all of them.
Thanks. We'll pass over to Sarah.
Good afternoon, Sarah Core, CalPERS Investment Office. I'm here joined with Jane, Ed, and Juan from the Real Assets team. The reason that we can be comfortably sitting here before you is because of the confidence we have in the team we've left behind to do the real work today. Upon reflection, excuse me, of fiscal year 24-25, it was a year challenged by economic uncertainty and high interest rates. These factors have contributed to eroding fundamentals in certain segments and increased cost of capital, which put downward pressure on values. That being said, we are starting to see signs of recovery, and given CalPERS liquidity, believe we are well positioned to take advantage of the current market conditions where investors are on the sidelines. We are very mindful of the underlying risks and are fully engaged with our managers in maintaining strong fundamentals to preserve portfolio and asset value. The annual review before you highlights our program overview, portfolio positioning, accomplishments, and ongoing initiatives. The role of real assets, specifically providing predictable cash yield, drives us to focus on core assets that offer resiliency through cycles. We are currently in a part of the cycle where our core focus and conservative capital structures has offered some protection in an environment filled with downside risks. The real estate portfolio emphasizes well-located assets with defensive characteristics and that provide consistent cash yield. The portfolio is fairly concentrated, with only 20 partners, 10 of which are considered strategic. Consistent with a strategic plan, the team continues to focus on deploying capital at scale while maintaining high underwriting standards. The board-approved investment beliefs influence our approach to investing. In the core portfolio, we commit capital to partners in effective cost-effective accounts with long-term hold mandates. In the non-core portfolio, we only take additional risk where we think we'll be rewarded. Staff has historically focused almost entirely on core investments, which has been a benefit during the past few years, which have seen dramatic write-downs across the real estate market. The core portfolio that is largely stabilized, staff is now looking to move up the risk curve and have started selectively making commitments to non-core managers and co-investment accounts to enhance returns. Given current market conditions, we are looking for opportunities where CalPERS can provide solutions to investors with liquidity or balance sheet concerns. While we haven't seen widespread distress in the real estate market, we are positioning ourselves to take advantage of this. As financing costs remain elevated, staff continues to remain disciplined and use leverage and is exploring the most cost-effective approach to financing the portfolio. I will now turn it over to Ed to cover market conditions and performance.
Thank you, Sarah. Excuse me. Good afternoon, board members. Ed Urey, investment staff. I will take a few minutes to walk through the market environment, deployment themes, and real estate portfolio performance against our policy benchmark as we navigate a complex real estate environment. Moving to slide 5, and in terms of current market environment, transaction volumes remain low, down approximately 50% from its peak in 2021, reflecting continued caution among market participants. Financing conditions remain tight, with refinancing risk elevated and borrowing costs higher than historical norms. The Fed's increase in interest rates has elevated the cost of capital, which negatively impacts real estate valuations. However, signs are emerging that real estate markets may have reached an inflection point. Further, liquidity remains scarce in some real estate sectors, adding to the complexity of deployment. Geopolitical factors, as well as uncertainty surrounding tariff policy, are also contributing to market volatility. But with disruption comes opportunity. We're seeing valuations stabilize and real estate assets reprice. And this repricing is generating more attractive yields. This is driving renewed investor interest. Investors are adjusting to higher rate interest environment, and many are encouraged by stabilizing property fundamentals and renewed growth in net operating income, which helps to offset higher capital costs. Distress and misaligned capital structures are also surfacing, creating targeted opportunities for well-capitalized investors like CalPERS who can act decisively and with long-term conviction. If we can move to the next slide. In terms of performance, real estate has been challenged by major dislocation events such as the GFC, the pandemic, and the tightening of interest rate policy over near and longer-term periods. Portfolio results have generally underperformed expectations. That said, if we take a closer look at performance on the next slide, on slide 7, the core portfolio, which makes up nearly 90% of the real estate portfolio, has performed well on a relative basis, matching or exceeding the policy benchmark over the 1, 3, 5, and 10-year periods. As our focus is on long-term results, the core portfolio outperformed its benchmark by 170 basis points over that 10-year term and continues to demonstrate resilience during market disruptions, with occupancy rates maintaining 90+% and income yielding 4% on average. On the other hand, the non-core real estate portfolio continues to be a drag on performance. The non-core exposure is predominantly non-strategic, long-dated legacy assets that are targeted for disposition. At this point, I'll turn it over to Jane to cover the next few slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I'm Jane Delfendahl, Investment Director in Real Assets. I will be discussing slides 8 and 9. On slide 8, we're looking at portfolio exposures within real estate in terms of geography and property type. Of the total portfolio gross asset value of $77 billion, 93% of the portfolio is located within the U.S. 47% of the total is located within the Western U.S., and 32% of the portfolio is located in California. The pie chart on the right shows that we are well diversified among property sectors. The chart at the bottom of the slide depicts how closely the real estate portfolio has been aligned with the policy benchmark. Historically, the CalPERS real estate portfolio has been generally matching the benchmark weight in multifamily and industrial, overweight in retail, and underweight the policy benchmark in office. Since the COVID era, however, the significant underperformance of the office sector resulted in a sharp decline in its benchmark weighting, from approximately 35% to 19%, which effectively neutralized our initial underweight. At the same time, industrial's policy benchmark weight rose from 19% to 35%, driven by strong COVID-era performance. Also notable is CalPERS portfolio underweight to the policy benchmark's other category, which includes hotel, land, entertainment, parking, and senior housing. Historically, our portfolio focus has been on the four main property types, but non-traditional sectors are now becoming more of an investment focus. Moving to slide 9, I'll highlight business updates and key initiatives over the past year. First, as Ed highlighted on slide 7, the core real estate portfolio outperformed the policy benchmark over the 1, 5, and 10-year periods, while matching the performance of the benchmark over the 3-year period. This is important to highlight as it reflects the resilience of the core portfolio during periods marked by rapid changes in interest rates, resulting sharp capital market adjustments and deteriorating fundamentals. Performance continues to be challenged largely by macroeconomic headwinds and a continued higher rate environment. Still, the outlook is encouraging. Property fundamentals are finding equilibrium, and we're beginning to see signs of valuations rebounding across sectors. We're also continuing to deepen our manager pool with strategic partners as we've formed new relationships with global fund managers. We are focused on positioning the portfolio to capitalize on current dislocations while continually improving the quality and resilience of the current portfolio in a disciplined and risk-aware manner, which will help drive future performance. And now I will turn it over to Sarah.
Looking forward, we'll continue to focus on best-in-class managers as we seek to prudently add on more non-core managers to the real estate portfolio. We will do this in a cost-efficient way and focus on co-investments. Staff continues to look to sell down non-strategic assets, and a key initiative for the real assets team for the upcoming year will be focused on the replacement of Ares as part of the Data and Tech Strategy Initiative. We will continue to work with our separate accounts on energy optimization initiative within real estate. There is a strong collaboration with SI to create a governance framework and due diligence on ESG integration plan for monitoring the portfolio. We continue to evaluate emerging tools to better assess physical and transition risks associated with climate change across the portfolio. We just last week walked through the MSCI Climate Value at Risk review on the real estate portfolio, and we're pleased with the results. With that, I'll pause before we go to infrastructure to see if there are any questions on real estate.
And maybe, Chair, if Daniel Booth, just Deputy CIO, if I can just add a comment, if that's
Yes.
okay.
You have the floor.
So I think that the team are quite modest. So I'd just like to emphasise that I think the quality of the performance, which you don't really see in these numbers, but when you make the adjustments, it actually looks a lot better. So the marginal outperformance in 1 year has been achieved with a more conservative valuation methodology. So we're generally marked at higher cap rates and lower values versus the index, despite our buildings having higher occupancy, longer leases, and a better quality building. So that hides some of the quality in the portfolio. We also don't mark to market our debt. So as the interest rates go up, our assets get marked down, but the debt doesn't get marked up like it does in the index. So that means that we've got more future cash flow, but again, you don't see those in the performance numbers. So the marginal outperformance has been achieved despite having a more conservative valuation methodology on the buildings and not marking to market the debt. So I think when you make those adjustments, you see the quality of the performance is better. And it puts the existing portfolio in a good position on a go-forward basis. And as the team said, we can also play offensive in the market weakness because we don't have a lot of legacy issues to work out like a lot of other people do. So we've got a well-positioned existing portfolio where you'll see the appreciation and the cash flow over the coming years and the ability to add non-core investments on top of that to take advantage of the market opportunity. Thank you.
Great. I'm not seeing any further questions at this point. So, so we'll move on to infrastructure. And again, it just strikes me that our continued attention to fundamentals, to being in this for the long haul, for the right reasons, and strong teamwork and leadership puts us in a good position. It's very encouraging. So on to infrastructure.
The infrastructure portfolio fulfills the role of providing inflation protection within real assets. The infrastructure portfolio is comprised of essential assets with predictable revenue models which provide downside protection. Consistent with the strategic plan, the team continues to focus on deploying capital at scale while maintaining high underwriting standards. This has resulted in the growth of the portfolio from approximately $6 billion in 2020 to approximately $20 billion today. The board-approved investment belief influence our approach to investing. We commit capital to partners in a cost-effective way by making large co-investments alongside our strategic partners. Now that there's an established core portfolio, staff has begun to add some non-core strategies in. We remain cognizant of cost and deploy capital through co-investment structures when we can. Our partnership with SI remains strong, and we continue to collaborate with the SI team on energy transition and renewable assets. Financing costs remain elevated, and valuations in some high-demand sectors are high. The impact on tariffs and other geopolitical events are creating many uncertainties within the market. Fundraising has become more difficult. With limited partner liquidity, it can now take up to 36 months to raise a fund, which would have taken 12 months 2 years ago. This lack of liquidity and market uncertainty could create opportunities for well-capitalized LPs such as CalPERS. There are tailwinds in certain sectors, such as digital infrastructure and energy transition, that should generate solid invest returns going forward. Juan will now cover performance and initiatives.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, Juan Gaviria, Investment Director. The infrastructure portfolio is approximately 2/3 core and 1/3 non-core. Consistent with the real asset strategic plan, staff expects to further decrease the core exposure of the portfolio, aiming to capitalize on more attractively priced non-core investments. The portfolio has performed well relative to its benchmark across all time periods. However, the impact of COVID on the portfolio can still be seen in the 5-year performance figure, where certain transport assets were affected disproportionately. The portfolio is relatively young, with a notable acceleration in growth during the last 5 years, as Sarah said, from $6 billion in 2019 to approximately $20 billion in 2025. As a result, the full impact on performance is not fully observable. Moving on to page 7. The portfolio remains concentrated between the United States and international developed markets. Since the actionable opportunity set is historically larger outside of the United States, it is possible that the international developed exposure grows over time. Further, certain sectors are more easily accessible outside of the United States. With respect to sector exposures, the portfolio is well diversified, with a slight tilt towards transportation and digital assets, such as data centers and cell phone towers. Staff has intentionally targeted exposure to areas that are benefiting from structural tailwinds, such as data infrastructure, renewable power generation, and electric utilities. Moving on to page 8. The portfolio continued to achieve scale and diversification throughout the year. Scaling partnerships with a strategically chosen group of investment managers has been instrumental in allowing CalPERS to access the global marketplace, build a large and growing portfolio, and achieve the goals of the infrastructure program. As an example, the co-investment program, while relatively new, delivered a significant amount of attractive fee-free opportunities, similar in size to the fee-paying commitments we made to commingled funds. Finally,
There has been close collaboration with the Sustainable Investments team, jointly evaluating new and attractive investments that meet the climate solutions definition. I will now turn it over to Sarah to cover the remaining part of the presentation.
The team remains busy but motivated. There are plenty of co-investment opportunities to review and managers to diligence. The team is undertaking a review of the middle market and will likely add some exposure to that segment in the coming years. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that the infrastructure team will be working on the data and technology implementation as well. And finally, similar to my comments on real estate, there is strong collaboration with SI to create governance framework and due diligence and an ESG integration plan for monitoring the portfolio. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on infrastructure.
And if I could just add a comment, Chair, please. So the infrastructure portfolio has outperformed the real estate benchmark by a considerable amount. So it's been accretive to the portfolio to have infrastructure in the portfolio. But we also track the infrastructure portfolio versus the infrastructure universe internally. And there we see marginal outperformance, but that's on a 90% historic core allocation. So we've taken less risk than the index. And outperformed. And we've also, as Juan mentioned, had the impact of a more transport exposure, so more impact from COVID. So I think, again, looking at the quality of the performance, when you take into account the lower risk profile and the higher exposure to transport, the fact that we've outperformed the infrastructure index on a prior basis shows that we got good quality returns. And as we add more non-core risk into that portfolio, I think that sets it up for future success, especially in a cost-efficient implementation with cheap SMAs and co-investment structures. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for your comments on both real estate and infrastructure. So back on page 9 of 10, the key initiatives, you said aligned with total fund objectives to grow the SI exposure consistent with the SI 2030 plan. How does that relate to a just in transition framework?
So a lot of the work that we're doing that would be SI investments is around transition assets. We committed to roughly $1.5 billion of co-investments in the renewable space in the past year. So there's definitely a focus on transition within the portfolio.
And just in a broad-based transition, like in wind, or I'm just curious in what areas?
So for the renewables, it's solar and on and offshore wind.
Okay, very good then. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to all of you and to the team who's back there working hard as we speak, I'm sure. It's very appreciated, and it's a very important part of our portfolio, and appreciate the report. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to see if Makita would like to join us and offer any thoughts on our private equity, private debt, and real estate presentations and performance. Yeah, and I apologize for being remiss in not bringing you up for each of the individual items, but it'll be another plus delta item for my next performance.
I think doing it all at once saves our knees from getting
Sure.
up and down 4 separate times. But appreciate the opportunity, and we'll be brief. Steve McCourt with Makita Investment Group, joined by Steve Hart, Christy Fields, and Mary Bates, who lead our work on private equity and real estate and private credit, respectively. We won't go through the full program reviews that we provided in your material. We're, of course, happy to answer questions. We were here 3 months ago presenting our trust level reviews in each of the 4 asset classes. There have been no significant changes to the way the asset classes are operating in the last 3 months. The program reviews presented to you by your investment staff, we believe, represented transparent and comprehensive self-evaluations of each of the programs. We would echo many, if not all, the comments that staff made in presenting those to you, and echoing some of Chair Miller's comments. From our perspective, each of these asset classes within their own teams are executing at a high level and managing portfolios that are consistent with the policies and expectations that the committee has set up for them. So with that, I'll conclude, and we're happy to answer any questions that the committee might have about any of our reports of the 4 asset classes.
I am not seeing, oh, there we go. Director Pelkey.
So the, without sort of repeating, because I think Anton answered it very well. But as far as the opportunities, when you guys were talking about challenges in the reports and stuff, are you seeing that because of the geopolitics that are out there, or is it mainly just because of import-exports, or what are you guys seeing?
Are you focused on private equity in particular, or across the...
Or across the, like, private equity, real estate, infrastructure?
Maybe I'll start with just a kind of a global comment, and then pass it off to my team for any comments that they might have. The private market asset classes, to state the obvious, operate in the same economy that your public securities and companies you own publicly operate in as well. And so all the factors that will impact stock markets and bond markets at some level impact all of your private market assets as well. And we've been through a bit of a roller coaster ride so far this year in the economy. Probably the most significant meaningful summary I can provide briefly on all of it is the difference between what experts call hard data and soft data in the economy is as wide as it's ever been. Hard data is actual revenues, earnings, sales that's measured in the economy, and the hard data in most areas looks fairly strong. Soft data that economists collect relates more towards sentiment. How are people feeling about the economy? Soft data is about as weak as we've seen in decades. So the markets are getting mixed signals from different data points, depending whether it's hard data or soft data. And depending on the week that you're looking at the markets and judging things, you could come to very different conclusions. But as has been stated a few times here today, so far, knock on wood, the economy has been fairly resilient to the actual policy changes this year and the potential ones down the road, and we'll see what the rest of the year has in store for us. But I'll open up the mic for anyone to talk specifically about dynamics within private equity or real estate or private credit.
Steve Hart, Makita. I guess on the private equity side, taking the glass half full approach, and noting that private equity is an ultimate opportunistic and active investor. So to the extent that changes in the economy or politics or things create opportunities, then there's a pool of capital that CalPERS has provided to a whole range of investors where they can potentially take advantage of these opportunities. And so there could be some real attractive opportunities that could come over the next couple of years, depending on how things develop over time.
The only thing I'd add specific to real estate is they say real estate houses the economy. And so everyone's kind of keeping an eye to Steve's earlier point about, kind of economic outlook for the rest of the year and for the coming years. But that said, the quality of your portfolio leaves you really resilient and probably less vulnerable to volatility in that space. But certainly, real estate is sensitive to macroeconomic conditions. So keeping an eye on that.
Mary Bates from Makita. What I would just add, as it relates to private debt, the majority of your program, as has been noted, is in direct lending, and the majority of that is used to finance sponsor-backed transactions, to finance private equity-like transactions. The majority of that, effectively all of that, is floating rate. So really, what you should be looking at and what you're monitoring, what your staff is monitoring, is the level of rates as well as spreads. So we have seen modest spread compression, but more notably, you're looking to diversify your program into asset-based lending and other strategies that are away from corporate-based collateral, so that integration of greater collateral diversification will likely, be even beneficial on a go-forward basis.
Great. Okay, I see no other questions from the board. I appreciate you being here to answer our questions, and I especially appreciate all the work before the meetings to brief us and get our questions answered and everything. So thanks and appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to summary of committee direction, after which we'll have public comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think on RCP scope, your summary of the committee's will made it into the motion, and so you'll be involved going forward. We talked about the July offsite, bringing in the emerging manager, so we'll be able to answer many of the questions there. The one piece that I did record is providing the board some additional information on performance of our emerging manager program, and we'll pull that together for you.
Great, thank you. Anything that we didn't catch? I think sounds good. Okay, at this point, we have a number of public commenters, and I'll ask you to come down. I'll call two at a time, but I'm going to come down to the front. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll start with Ruth Radetsky and Nathan Sands, followed by Mark Drolette and Jennifer Hogan. And if you just come down, take a seat, the microphones will be on for you. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking. Identify yourself for us, and you'll have the floor. And thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long day for you.
Longer for you than us. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Radetsky, speaking on behalf of Kelly Little, a CalPERS member from Carmichael who can't be with us today. I urge you to divest from Tesla. Tesla is governed by a board of directors who has thus far refused to perform their fiduciary duties by removing the CEO whose actions have wrecked the relationship between the folks most likely to purchase their vehicle and the company. As a result of the CEO's actions, the stock price plummeted 50% between January and the end of March. Prospects for recovery continue to dim with the failure of the Cybertruck, and its other model line sales have plunged. The outlook is for further declines. With more and more companies entering the EV market with more advanced features and lower prices, there does not seem to be a way for Tesla to recover its market share. This makes retention of Tesla in the CalPERS portfolio unwise. CalPERS goals are to invest in a relatively safe and stable investment to ensure long-term returns for your pensioners. Tesla stock is no longer either of those things, and with no visible path back to market dominance, it is prudent to divest from Tesla and redirect the money to safer and more stable investments. To not divest from Tesla seems to be a dangerous abandonment of your fiduciary duties. To continue to hold your position in Tesla is puzzling and counterintuitive to this member. Thank you. Speaking for myself, I started looking at Tesla in my pension because I was outraged by Elon Musk's actions. As I looked into pension investment practices, I learned that you are bound by fiduciary duties, not moral duties. So I started looking for financial arguments to divest. The more I looked, the more scared I came for all the reasons Kelly so eloquently gave. I understand you tend to follow indices, but surely your fiduciary duties do not require you to follow indices off a cliff into the abyss. Please direct CalPERS staff to conduct an immediate assessment of Tesla's valuation and risks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Sands. I'm here with Tesla Takedown. We have been protesting Tesla for a couple months now. And I believe that Elon Musk, not only was a threat to our democracy, but is a continuing threat to our democracy, and that Tesla is the main source of his wealth. And that is why we are so concerned about investment in Tesla. I'd like to start by reading a statement from Joseph DeAngelis, a CalPERS member from Upland. I have divested my personal brokerage accounts from Tesla stock. It's been difficult given that they are in almost every major index fund, but I've made it work. Given how limited my options are and total invested are, I'm positive it would be comparatively easy for CalPERS to divest from Tesla. Remember, Tesla has chosen to maintain as their CEO someone who has explicitly defended Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. There is a moral imperative to divest. If this is not done, I expect to remove my retirement earnings from CalPERS. It's a negative financial impact for me, but tough times require tough choices. I refuse to be invested in a company headed by a man who encourages the mistreatment of people, who fired government employees willy-nilly, and who has shown compassion and support for far-right nationalist parties in the United States and abroad. Thank you. Speaking for myself, I will go on, though, that I have noticed that CalPERS has divested in the past from companies involved in the Darfur genocide, terrorism funding, coal, tobacco, and firearms. And I assume some of these were profitable industries, but the moral choice was made to divest, and we are asking the same. But at the same time, when you look at Tesla, I believe Tesla is a house of cards. The stock is on a bubble. And it's built on Elon Musk's overpromising and outright lies. I believe it will crash at some point, and I hope that you sell the stock while it's still high and do a good thing for the public employees. A few points I'd like to bring up to support this. 2024, Tesla had its first drop in car sales ever, and the first 3 months of 2025 had the biggest drop in sales ever. They also have a lack of new models, which is also hurting sales. Their fully self-driving feature is not really working, and it does not have LiDAR. Waymo and other companies have LiDAR, which has been proven to be safer. The robo-taxis they are launching are also not really fully self-driving. They're behind schedule, and they put out false statements about how profitable that will be. I don't think it will be as profitable as they say. They also are getting beat by China on battery technology, and they're promising hundreds of millions of robots in our homes pretty soon, which I sure hope is false, and I wouldn't want one. And I think all of this shows that Elon Musk has had erratic behavior, and there are false promises coming from Tesla, so I'd like you to please divest. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comment. Next commenters, Mark Gillette and Jennifer Hogan. Welcome.
Thank
you. You have the floor.
I got the 3 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Drolet. I'm a CalPERS retiree. I'm here to urge CalPERS to fully divest from Tesla. Its stock is extremely overpriced and destined for a precipitous fall. Tesla's last earnings report was dreadful. The brand is toxic. Polls show that Elon Musk's popularity hovers rightly somewhere around Ebola's. And I would assert that there is zero indication that Tesla as a brand will somehow rise from the ashes once it inevitably does crash. Thus, it makes good economic sense for CalPERS to sell and to sell now. On a personal note, with the exception of this past weekend, I, along with others, typically dozens, sometimes scores, on 2 or 3 occasions, hundreds, have protested every weekend since March at the Sacramento Tesla showroom. Without fail, while we're out there, for 2 hours straight, we receive a multitude of supportive honks, fist pumps, cheers, and thumbs ups from passing motorists and passengers. Tellingly, excuse me, and forebodingly for the brand, some of those come from Tesla drivers. It's clear that they too know the score. So as I'm standing out there on the sidewalk with my sign, in the rain or the wind or the heat, condemning Musk and the incalculable damage he and his Doge gang have done to our government, and abroad, I find it particularly galling to know that his company's stock partially funds my retirement. Again, please divest fully from Tesla now. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
My name is Jennifer Hogan, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is teeny tiny print, so I'm going to try real hard to read this. Tesla has been an extremely volatile stock, which has proven to be overvalued compared to the value of its product, especially considering its reduced market share and lack of innovation in recent years. While the Tesla brand was at the forefront of the electric vehicle market, and initially the citizens of California embraced it, it now represents all that is wrong with the current administration and its stance on climate change and the destructive actions towards the environment. Tesla's owner has betrayed its customer base, who contributed to the wealth of its owner and who has responded by using that wealth to the detriment of California and its citizens. Elon Musk has also shown himself to be an unreliable and erratic actor, which has placed both his company and the country at risk. He has recently exhibited extreme antisocial and destructive behavior, his drug use, his threats not to retrieve American astronauts from a space station as a form of public retribution, his misuse of political power to gain access to sensitive data on private citizens, and all amply demonstrate his unfitness to run a company. The actions of Tesla's owner over the last year has tanked the Tesla brand worldwide, impacting the stock value. At the same time, other U.S. electric vehicles have been eating into Tesla's market share. Additionally, China has made breakthrough advances in charging capabilities and driving range for their electric vehicles, which has further decreased their popularity internationally. His brand is fast becoming the Etzel of electric cars and a toxic political stock. As such, it seems irresponsible for our pension to support Elon Musk's behavior and gamble on his success. For both practical, economic, and ethical reasons, we should no longer invest in Tesla. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Edward Hasbrook and Susan McCarthy. Please come down. Welcome. And you have the floor, sir.
My name is Edward Hasbrook, and I took time away from my work to come here from San Francisco and sit through your meeting for the last 5 hours in order to present this petition on behalf of 588 initial signers, including 140 CalPERS members. To summarize, we are urging you to divest from Tesla stock immediately because of your fiduciary responsibility. As of March 31st, CalPERS held more than $1 billion in Tesla. Continuing to hold this stock is an avoidable risk to our retirement security. Your fiduciary duty is to members, beneficiaries, and the taxpayers who will bear the burden of any shortfall. Tesla's financial instability, erratic leadership, and political volatility make continued investment increasingly risky. Immediate and decisive action is needed to protect our pension assets. As stewards of public retirement funds, you also carry a moral responsibility to uphold the values of public service and democracy, the mission of the public institutions CalPERS members serve. Divesting from Tesla is both a financial imperative and a principled stand for the future we're working so hard to build. We join the growing number of CalPERS members and California taxpayers calling on you to immediately divest from Tesla and cease any future investment in Tesla. Our pensions and your integrity as fiduciaries are on the line. Please act now to protect our future. I have copies here for each member of the board of the petition, the list of initial signers from throughout the state, and hundreds of individual comments from people who aren't able to be here in person. I hope you will take them into consideration in your decision-making this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would hand those to staff over on my right, over to stage right. Okay. Okay, ma'am, you have the floor.
Pardon me. I'm Susan McCarthy. I am also from San Francisco. I'm here also on behalf of my husband and daughter whose pension funds you are handling. Thank you. I ask that CalPERS divest from Tesla for both moral and fiscal reasons. When this investment was originally made by CalPERS, I probably would have supported it, an electric car company based in California. Yay, thank you. A lot has changed since then, not just moving to Texas. Mostly, CEO Elon Musk, through his work at Doge, has harmed Californians with massive arbitrary firings, with reckless grant cancellations. And we shouldn't support this entity that is harming us, the citizens of California. Fiscally, Tesla is quite risky. The CEO famously is erratic, whimsical, untrustworthy, and rash. And I do not believe that we can gamble, that we should fiscally gamble that the company will maintain its values. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have two more commenters that I'm aware of, Tammy Denoda and Kelly Guevara. If you would come down. Oh, and I believe we'll also have a public caller after this. Okay, welcome. And you have the floor. Start whenever you like.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Denoda. I'm a member of Service Employees International Union Local 521, and I've worked at Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority in San Jose, California for 30 years, and I'm a CalPERS plan participant. I want to thank you, the CalPERS board and staff, for all the work you do as fiduciaries to ensure that myself and all participants in the plan will receive our benefits after we retire from public service. I'm here today to raise an issue that has come to my attention and to the attention of many of my colleagues in workplaces where CalPERS plan participants carry out their public service. I've had the opportunity to see information from several news sources indicating that Antonio Gracias, the CEO and Chief Investment Officer of Valor Equity Partners, has played a high-profile, publicly outspoken role in the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, under the leadership of Elon Musk, in specific ways that, according to reports, may weaken the Social Security Administration, weaken protections of the private personal data of millions of people, contribute to false public narratives about the role immigrants play in the Social Security system, our election system, and in our economy. Additional research indicates that CalPERS has invested significant funds with Valor investment vehicles that are under Gracias' responsibility. I'm assuming that CalPERS staff and board members, or as CalPERS staff and board members, you're unaware of this information at this time. So my colleagues and I wanted to share this with you so that you can engage in a process of due diligence to assess the risk that Gracias' work at DOGE presents to the retirement security of CalPERS plan participants like myself. If these reports are accurate, we are concerned that Gracias is not committing his full time and attention to running Valor. If he is neglecting his duties at Valor while moonlighting at Doge, Gracias' behavior would appear to be in serious misalignment with the fiduciary duty to act in the long-term investment interest of plan participants. Thank you for your ongoing work as fiduciaries to help ensure that we all can enjoy a dignified retirement one day. I'm going to turn the microphone over to my colleague, Kelly, who will share additional information.
Okay, thank you for your comments. You have the floor, Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Guevara. I'm a member of Service Employee International Local 521. I've worked at the Santa Clara County Office of Education for over 14 years, and I am a decades-long CalPERS plan participant. I want to thank the CalPERS board and staff for all the work you do on behalf of our retirement security. Here are some potential concerns my colleagues and I have after reading the news reports about Antonio Gracias' participation in the Doge work and learning that CalPERS may have investments under Mr. Gracias' responsibility. Many CalPERS plan participants are counting on Social Security as a key factor in their retirement security in addition to their CalPERS benefit. Many of our family members and members of our community also, of course, depend on Social Security. If Mr. Gracias is a leader on a project that some experts have indicated may seriously harm the Social Security system, this obviously is a concern. CalPERS plan members count on security of their data as a key component of their retirement security. It's troubling to know that if reports are correct, the leading figure of a CalPERS investment partner may be deeply engaged in a project that might undermine standards for the security of people's data. Thirdly, immigrants are central to the national and California economy, the health of which is central to the health of CalPERS over the long term. Hence, if reports of Mr. Gracias' public comments calling into question the value of immigrants in our society are accurate, this is troubling and may be counter to the interests of plan participants. Finally, and more broadly, if the reports in the news media are confirmed as accurate regarding Mr. Gracias' role at Doge, it may lead us to question Mr. Gracias' judgment in general. This leads us to ask another question. Is this a person we can trust to invest our deferred wages in a manner consistent with the fiduciary duty and the interests of plan participants? Thank you for listening to the concerns of myself and my colleagues. We appreciate all the work you do to protect our retirement security. We have some hard copies of articles here referencing issues we've laid out and we'd like to share.
Okay, thank you. If you would provide them to staff.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't believe we have any other commenters in the room, but I believe we do have a caller on the phone. So let's bring them on.
Yes, Chairman Miller. We have Mary Jo Walker on the line for item 6G, public comment. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mary Jo Walker. I am a CalPERS retiree, a former city finance director, and retired as the County of Santa Cruz auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector a number of years ago. It's unconscionable that CalPERS would continue to own Tesla stock after it became apparent that its CEO, Elon Musk, held such vitriolic disdain for career public servants and for the cruel, systematic attacks of the Social Security system, which provides a secure retirement after a long working life. CalPERS, with 2.3 million members, should not have anything to do with a company whose CEO is so disrespectful of public service. It's a slap in the face to your CalPERS members to prop up someone who is so scornful of who we are and what we do, like running the country and defending democracy. And it's a bad investment. It's wildly overpriced. Its CEO is unstable, and its name brand is irreparably damaged. CalPERS purchased most of these stocks years ago, so undoubtedly it would make a profit if it sold it now. The tide is turning on this stock. A number of pension funds in this country and other countries have divested or are considering divested. You know, we look to our elected officials to do more to protect us during these difficult times. Most of you are elected up there, so please exercise leadership and do your part. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does that conclude our public comments? Okay, that concludes our public comments. So at this point, we will recess into closed session for items 1 to 7 from the closed session agenda, and then we'll reconvene in open session after the closed session, and we'll take a break before we start our closed session. So we'll take a 15-minute break, then start our closed session. So, and then we'll come back to open session. Thank you all, and thank you again for your patience waiting to comment. Okay, we are back in open session, and hearing no objection, we will adjourn this meeting. All right. We're adjourned.